Alrighty, so today I'm gonna try something a little different. Gonna do a full rundown of the patch notes. I've noticed that there's not really anybody doing that, at least not that I've seen, and I watch a lot of content for League on YouTube, so figured I'd try that out. I've noticed there's a lot of streamers who used to do updates for League have kind of stopped doing them, it seems like, or slowed down the pacing at the very least a ton. And then the very few that still cover updates definitely cover some more of the rumor mill stuff, which just isn't my cup of tea personally. Like I can get excited about some rumors, especially if they're more or less confirmed, but for some of the more strange stuff, the more out there stuff, it's like I feel like my time is kind of being wasted. Um, but yeah, a little bit of an intro there. So we've got Veiled Lady, Prestige Veiled Lady Morgana for the cover art. It's very pretty skin. I'm not the biggest fan of gold aesthetic, but I love the pink and the blue for sure. So Demacia Rises in patch 26.1. Welcome to a brand new season of League of Legends. We've got a plethora of far-reaching changes in this patch, so if you don't want to read thousands of words, here's a brief overview. Strategic gameplay moves towards turret pushing and away from epic monster contests. With tuning changes and the brand new crystalline overgrowth. Crystalline. I'm not entirely certain of the correct pronunciation for that word. I think it's crystalline in this context at least. Role power is rebalanced with brand new role quests for each role. New vision mechanics to learn and master await you with Phaelites. I'm still very confused as to how Oracle Lens is going to work with that. I'm assuming it's just not going to unless you're over the actual ward, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow. New items for each class yearn for a new home in your inventory, plus most champions' base crit damage is now 200%. That is a direct dig at Yasuo and Yone, as they are yet again having their crit damage dropped to 10% less than the standard for everyone else. They literally just had that changed to have 100% crit damage, and now they're having it changed back to 10% less than the max. So that's fun. Do like that little dig. I love Yone. Yasuo is a little annoying at times. He's fun to play even though I'm really terrible at him, but it's kind of funny they added in that little dig since I believe those are the only two that have their actual auto attack damage modified to be less than normal. Lots of other champions have their abilities modified, their ability crit damage rates modified, but I think those are the only two with their actual auto attacks modified. Besides Graves, but Graves doesn't have a normal auto attack to begin with. Rank play has new changes to reduce the pain of autofilling. I'm looking forward to that, even though I never get autofilled because I main jungle role, especially in rank mode. Actually kind of disappointed by the fact that I won't get those benefits, but it seems like they might be dishing out the double LP and loss protections to people that are playing priority roles anyways, although it seems like at a less rate. The game is also a little faster, both in conventional Summoner's Rift and Swift Play. If you want to learn more about these changes, check out the dev blog, or simply read on. The dev blog's kind of pointless now. All the detailed changes are in the patch notes. You only get broad strokes in the dev blog at this point, especially with how old it is. They've changed a lot since then. For instance, the new items actually have official names now, which is not in the dev blog. They have their placeholder names, if they even have a placeholder name. Looking at you, new assassin item. Alongside the new seasonal changes, we have the new Demacia-themed Summoner's Rift map. ARAM Mayhem balance updates. Really glad the Mayram, as I've been calling it. I'm surprised they don't call it that too. I don't really understand why that isn't obvious to Riot, but Mayram is sticking around for a little while longer at least, and I'm excited for that because I was worried it was going to go away. An overhaul to Swift Play to make it even swifter, lobby hostage taking, and more. Hostage taking getting more penalized is nice. Little concerned that there's not really a good way to actually crack down on that effectively, but who knows? Maybe they found a way to do it. I know for now, I know in the current system, until tomorrow, I basically have to do a support ticket style report to get anybody in trouble for hostage taking in the lobby. I'm really hoping that part of those fixes is that you can't pick a champ that somebody else showed first. That is necessary. Goddamn, we need that. Thank God they added so you can't ban a champion that somebody's showing. Took way too long for that. Way too fucking long. But, whatever. Then we've got the best of luck in your climbs or your augment rolls, and we'll see you in Demacia. The rest is just, if you're looking for things on more information on the wiki, that's always a nice little... If you haven't seen the wiki, it is... Ooh, they changed the icon. That's nice. Yeah, definitely don't use the fandom wiki anymore. Definitely go to the... I believe it's official. It's not even semi-official. I think Riot actually had a hand in helping fund the people that designed the fandom wiki, but helped them make a wiki that has literally 0 ads. So that's really fucking nice. If you haven't seen this, definitely go check it out. Like, literally check it out. It pushes it up the Google search results, because there's still a few times when you search something and the fandom is still above this, and we need to push the fucking fandom wiki down further and further until it's just gone forever. God, the fucking ads on the fandom wiki are garbage. I'm so glad that we have this official one now with literally 0 ads. Back to the patch notes, though. So then we've got this stuff for TFT. Maybe one day I'll care about that. I want to care about it. It's a struggle. We've got objective and jungle adjustments, role quests. I'm interested to see the jungle adjustments. I'm pretty sure they're just raising the HP on the camps. Not the epic ones, but the standard camps. But I could be wrong. Maybe they're adjusting the armor and magic resist as well. Maybe they adjust jungle pets. What I really fucking want to see when it comes to jungle clear times and adjustments on junglers and their clear times is, instead of altering and customizing scaling on abilities for monster damage, just fucking adjust, just customize the jungle pet damage for that champion. Like, why? Why is that not obvious to Riot? If you're already making it custom for the champion, so why not make it simpler for yourselves as Riot and for the player, and instead of like making all these wacky changes to how much damage each ability does to a camp for each different champion, adjust how much that champion does with the jungle pet to the camp via the jungle pet. You're literally already doing custom bespoke changes. You might as well just make it simpler and do it and make those changes on the jungle pet. Like, you could tune it easier, make it a lot more uniform. It's just, I feel like it should be obvious. They've got to have some reason why they haven't done that. I mean, there's no way they haven't considered it, right? I hope. But at the same time, it just seems like it'd be a lot easier. You could add new junglers a lot easier. You could adjust junglers that are OP. You could adjust junglers that are weak. And it just feels like you could really more easily... Because the big thing with adjusting abilities damage for camps is that you have cooldowns. And especially when you're adjusting multiple different abilities, adding modifiers for multiple different abilities, like the cooldowns and how effective somebody is utilizing their cooldowns, or how often they have to hold their cooldown for the next camp for an efficient clear. It's so unnecessarily complex for the player. Like, why? Why are we making it this fucking complex? Just make it the fucking jungle pet. The jungle pet's always doing damage every single second. Every single second. Like, just adjust the jungle pet. It's consistent. It's a consistent form of damage. It's a easy thing to adjust. You tweak its damage up a couple digits or down a couple digits based on how much you want that champion to clear faster or slower. And, like, it's just so much simpler from a design standpoint and a player standpoint for how easy it is to utilize. We got champion crit adjustments. We got fucking ADC showing off. New updated and returning items. This one's gonna be a problem. Fucking Hexblade. Hextech Gunblade is gonna be a fucking problem. This one might actually end up being the biggest problem, at least at opening. They'll have to nerf it. The fucking active do extra damage but consume extra mana. It's gonna be it's gonna be an issue. And then, believe that's the new Spellblade for AP Bruisers. I can't remember the artwork for it. It could be I'm pretty sure that's the new Spellblade for AP Bruisers. I'm excited for that. I really hope they tweak the on-hit effects. I feel like limiting it to stacking effects is kind of dumb. Champions like Gragas can't really do anything with that. And champions like Gragas would love an AP Bruiser Spellblade item. Like, he literally has a fucking enhanced auto attack. Why not take that into account? And there's so many other champions like that too. I mean, Mordekaiser would love an AP Bruiser Spellblade item, and he doesn't even have an enhanced auto attack. Like, it just seems kind of like a missed opportunity to not make it a bit more generic. On the other side of things, it's going to be way too fucking OP on champs like Echo, who can just fucking EU and then drop Q, or EU and one extra auto attack, and he's popped his passive on you. Like, that's terrifying. That's legitimately terrifying. They're either going to have to change the item or nuke Echo into the ground, because that's, especially for late game, holy fuck. Something I'm curious to test out with it, though, in its current state, is Cho'Gath E. I think it might proc 2 parts of Cho'Gath E, because he gets to proc E 3 times. I think it might proc 2 parts of the 3 procs immediately, which would be hilarious and terrifying. To have all that max HP damage dealt at once. It would be a lot faster for how much you could dish it out. You definitely wouldn't even need Hail Blades to just fucking gut you. In fact, it would open up him to take a better rune for that kind of setup. I'm gonna have fun testing it on Cho'Gath, that's for sure. I'm a little surprised people aren't a little more excited to try it on Cho'Gath. But again, I think the on-hit effect should be different. I think it shouldn't deal with only stacks. Or at the very least, should have an option for non-stacks. Not that that's really a thing that they could do. They couldn't do stacks or no stacks, because it would just be way too fucking complicated. And they're trying to make things less complicated, which is a good thing overall. Crystalline Overgrowth, I'm excited for this. Home guard adjustments, I'm really excited for this, even though I'm a jungle player and I'll forget to path correctly most of the time and miss out on a lot of speed. Game pacing adjustments, I'm very interested in this. Again, doesn't affect me as a jungler at all, pretty much, but, well, I mean, it does. It affects like, dive timers and shit. But still interested in it. Swift play adjustments, I don't give 2 fucking shits about this. I think it's a horrible idea. They're trying to make it too much like fucking Valorant Swift play, and I liked it back when it was literally just norms, but without draft. Like, you just got into a norms match right away, and that's all it was. And I think they're too focused on trying to shorten the match and make it a league version of Swift play from Valorant, and they're turning it into a mode. The thing, you know, like fucking Mayram and Arena and forget all the PvE name ones, but you know what I mean. They're turning it into an alternate mode, and it's gonna bleed players because of that. The more and more it turns into a fucking Nexus Blitz kind of shit, Like, it's going to be big at first. It's going to be big whenever they do big changes to it at first, and then it's going to die off. And I don't understand how they don't realize they've turned it into a fucking mode. It should be under the modes team at this point. Like, it is a fucking mode with the changes that like this last year it was already too different to be really effective practice for rank. Like, even if they just made everything the same except made it so that you got gold for failing the last hit minions, and then didn't tweak champions based on that, it would be a bit better, because the only difference would be you get gold for not last hitting, which is a bit better for new players. But then they had to start tweaking champs like Kale and Yorick and all the other champs that just scale too quickly off of too much off of extra gold that they didn't properly earn. And that just started making champs not operate the same as they do in rank. So you can't, it's not proper effective practice anymore. And now they're turning it into a full-on fucking mode, and I just think that's a horrible fucking idea. And then we've got the new skins. The Cho'Gath one looks good. The Nautilus one's kind of basic in my opinion, and don't even get me started on how basic the Taliyah one is. Like, at least the Nautilus one has some, like, feel, some oomph to it, but the Taliyah one's basically fucking, what's it called? It's Battle Academia Demacia Edition. And I'm not a fan of Battle Academia either, because it just, the Battle Academia either gets weird like fucking Wukong and Garen, where they look weird when they're aged down, or whitewashed and aged down like Wukong, or you get basic, they look basically normal, like they have a change of clothes, like fucking Ezreal and Lux. They look exactly like their normal shit, except they have a change of clothes. And that just seems boring to me. I'd rather have something more special. Really disappointed that Briar got a Battle Academia skin, because she won't get another skin for at least a year now. And I'm not going to lie, the Battle Academia for Briar really looks like her last skin. Really similar to it, especially the effects on the abilities. And it's really disappointing to me. I'm really sad. I love Briar. I want her to get really awesome skins. I thought the Shark one was really good. That's the one that the effects kind of look similar to. The Galio one looks amazing. The Ornn one, his face and his arms freak me out. They don't match. I wish they would have made him full mech. That would have been really cool. I don't like that his face and his arms are regular. It does not fit well with all the mech shit. Like, I get that they're trying to make him into a mech builder, but just make him a mech. Like, just fucking make him a goddamn Gundam. It's just, do it, please. Fix this horrifying face shit that you've turned Ornn into. God, the face is terrifying on that skin. But the Galio one looks amazing. It doesn't look anything like Galio. If you showed me that skin and told me nothing about it, Galio would not be in the top 5 of my guesses. Like, if you showed me none of the abilities, you just showed me, like, the way it fucking looks and walks, Galio would not be in my top 5 guesses. It just, his legs are longer, his posture is entirely different. The wings look completely different than Galio's wings. The tail looks different. I don't know who the fuck else I would guess, but I would not be guessing Galio. It looks fucking amazing. I love it. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna use it. I wish Galio could jungle. It doesn't look like Galio, which is funny to me. Also, I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. I'm back. So, new skins. Close this. Role quests. This one's a big one. This year, we're introducing a major new concept of Summoner's Rift role quests. Building off the item-based quests that junglers and support players have had for years, we're adding new lane phase defining quests for the other 3 positions and updating the existing quests for support and jungle. Last I've seen, this jungle item is staying in the item slots, which is something I'm still really annoyed with. I'm hoping they will eventually move that out of the item slots and into the role quest slot that they've now created, but I don't expect that to happen anytime soon. I think that'll be something that'll happen like Act 2 of season 1, or maybe whatever the fuck they're calling season 2 now. You'll be automatically assigned position quests corresponding to the role you've queued up as. If you want to trade positions, you'll need to do that during champion select. That's a big one. You want to remember to do that. Otherwise, your role quest is going to be really, really sluggishly slow. And the game will now reward playing out your lane matchup, at least for the first few minutes of every game. This change will also help us better balance and tackle the pro play meta around lane swaps going forward. So no more lane swap detected pop-ups. Thank God I never had to deal with that. Even the few times I was playing in lane, I never had people cause an issue that caused that fucking debuff to happen. Every position will receive quest rewards for successfully completing their role quest. For top, mid, and bot players, these will be entirely new advantages. For support and jungle players, your existing rewards will be updated, and you'll be receiving some new rewards as well. Supports really got the shaft. Like, just really got the shaft with these role quests. They're going to have to do some kind of an update to the support quest, because support players are going to bitch and moan nonstop, justifiably. In all queues with assigned positions, you will automatically be given the quest associated with your assigned position in Champ Select. Custom Summoner's Rift lobbies will now require players to select a position. Swift play and rotating game modes will not have this feature enabled and will retain the same jungle and support quest rules as before. Completing your quest. Once in game, you'll complete your quest by playing out your assigned lane. For each position, you'll earn points reflected in the UE near your item inventory for taking appropriate actions, many of which are based on what actions you do in game already. And when you've earned enough points, you'll receive a reward. Support and jungle players will earn points for taking basically the same actions as before. Supports will stack their world atlas, while jungle players will grow their pets. That's another thing they need to do to update the jungle item, is make it like the support item, where it's just an automatic generic thing in your inventory, and then when you complete it, then you pick the upgrade. Because, like, all of the non-finished jungle items are the exact same, except the color of the item and the color of the jungle pet, which I guess is maybe their logic for not doing that, is that you get to see a cool jungle pet that's a specific color and shape. But it'd be a lot more tactical if you could pick your jungle item upgrade later in the game based on what you found out you needed. Especially now that they're giving movement speed non-stop with the completed quest. For top, mid, and bot lane players, you'll earn points for champion takedowns, epic monster takedowns, minion kills, turret plates, turret takedowns, and some will passively generate over time. Minion, turret, and plate rewards are doubled in your assigned lane. Mid laners will also progress by dealing damage to champions. That is new. I did not remember hearing about that earlier. Interesting. It's either new or something they thought they were adding in and then decided not to in the end and forgot to remove it from the patch notes lines. That is interesting. Dealing damage for mid laners. That's... Huh. Passive generation is a slow trickle outside your lane, but is a significant amount of overall quest progress while you are in and around your assigned lane. Roughly past your outermost living turret in your assigned lane. Roughly past your outermost living turret in your assigned lane. Drive your opponent out of lane or kill them to slow their quest progress. God, early game champions are going to be a fucking pain. Especially with these shortened times for matches that they're trying to go for. Honestly, not looking forward to that as a whole. Top lane. Top lane has been a particularly difficult role to give appropriate agency to over the years, and is frequently viewed as the position with the lowest agency. We're enhancing their agency in this update with universal access to teleport and ensuring that they are a relevant scaling champion by increasing their experience gains and level cap. Sorry, had to breathe there. Golden experience from minions reduced by 25% outside of top lane until level 3. What? Why are they even... I thought they were getting rid of fucking debuffs. Why are they giving a debuff to top lane? That's a little sneaky thing that they're sneaking in there. Okay. Weird. Quest progress. 1,200 points required for quest completion. 1 point per minion kill. 2 in top lane, so it's doubled in lane. 30 per epic monster takedown. 25 per turret takedown. Doubled in lane for 50 as well. 20 per turret plate. Also doubled in your respective lane. 15 per champion takedown. Starting at 105 plus 1 per 3 seconds passively. That is something I didn't know about yet. I was thinking they were going to have a passive increase as well. Increase to plus 8 per 5 seconds in and around top lane. So if you're in lane, the passive growth is a lot faster. Note, roughly past your outermost living turret in your assigned lane. So if you lose your tier 1 turret and you are pushed up next to the enemy tier 1 that's still up, does that mean you're out of your lane technically? I feel like they would have taken that into account. Right? I hope so. I would hope that it would take both towers in lane into account, not just your own. But it says your outermost living turret. They're really using that possessive there. It makes me a little paranoid. If you lose tower early, you might get fucked. I mean, granted, you don't want to be far away from your tier 2 if you've lost your tier 1. But still, I don't think you should be punished for it. Well, punished more than you already are, because you're going to get fucking murdered if you've lost your tier 1 tower that early and you're not near your tier 2. But, yeah. Especially for the passive increase. That'll really hurt if you're not getting it at that situation. Quest rewards. Level cap increased to 20. Plus 600 experience. All future experience gains increased by 12.5%. If the top laner did not select teleport as a summoner spell, gain unleash teleport on a 7-minute cooldown. God damn, that is a long time. If the top laner did select teleport as a summoner spell, they are also shielded for 30% of their maximum health on arrival, lasting for 30 seconds. Future EXP gains by 12.5%. That is a lot. Can't remember how relative 600 EXP is at the point in the game where I'm expecting quest rewards to be finished around. I'm assuming it'll be around the same time that support... It'll either be around this... I'm pretty sure it'll be around the same time that jungle item was getting completed if you were ahead. Because last I saw, they lowered the amount of stacks it takes to complete jungle item. I don't think it'll be around the time that it takes support item to be completed. That was really quick in games. So I'm thinking like 15 to 18 minutes probably is going to be the average completion time for quests. But we'll see. But I have not looked into the PvE and how quickly people are finishing their quests, but my guess is 15 to 18 minutes for reasonable completion. Probably 13 to 15 for super fast, and if you're completing it over 20, you've probably got some serious problems you need to figure out. At the very least, that's the current setup for jungle item. That'll also probably be sped up as well now that I'm pretty sure they've removed 5 stacks from it. But maybe they added the... Oh, they did. There it is. 5 stacks are gone still. Jungle Quest. Jungle Quest completion is mostly unchanged except for some light tuning. You'll complete your quest sooner, and the Gustwalker hatchling reward is slightly reduced compared to the other options. Not surprising. In addition to their previous rewards, junglers now get increased golden experience after completing their quest, better allowing them to be a powerful champion later in the game, as well as increased movement speed in the jungle. Gustwalker movement speed duration is reduced to 1.5 seconds from 2 seconds. Huh. Not as bad as I thought it would be. Smite damage is going up at tier 2 and tier 3. That means Nunu Q is likely to get buffed as well to match it. Not looking forward to them inevitably buffing Jinx ult, because for some dumb fucking reason they want to make it so Jinx can outsmite actual smite. Because they always buff Jinx ult when they buff smite damage. It's really annoying. I don't think any ability should be able to have a realistic chance of outsmiting smite except Nunu Q, because that's its entire job as an ability. After quest completion, junglers gain 4% movement speed in the Jungler River, increased to 8% while out of combat. 4% in the Jungler River. So that's about... I want to say that's the same percentage you get for Kraken Slayer and the other on-hit items that have movement speed. 8% while out of combat. So you'll be getting 4% in combat. That's actually kind of... That's really OP, and then 8% is going to be really nice too. Especially when paired with Gustwalker, which is still just the strongest jungle pet by far. After quest completion, junglers gain plus 10 gold and plus 10 flat EXP per large monster killed. I don't understand why Riot continues to think that's going to give any reasonable amount of power to late game junglers. Especially since you really shouldn't be just hard farming your camps in late game. You need to be pushing lanes. And they keep letting the myth of junglers can't farm minions in late game be perpetuated. And it's really frustrating. And they need to break that fucking urban legend and stop letting people scream at their junglers over it. Because farming camps does not push the game forward. Farming minions does. Even if you're not trying to push the game forward, when you're farming minions, it still pushes the game forward. And if you are trying to push it forward, then it's even more effective. But farming camps does nothing to close out a game at all. Mid lane quests. Mid laners uniquely progress their role through dealing damage to champions in addition to other events. I'm guessing they did the damage progression as a weird buff because they gave it such shit rewards. Yeah, they should have just given it better rewards. For rewards, mid laners receive a free upgrade to their boots and periodically get an empowered recall. I mean, it would have been better if they maybe gave gold that can only be used on boots. Like, I don't really... Maybe free magical boots, just remove the rune for magical boots and give it to mid laners instead. I don't like... Like, they gave them the upgraded tier 3 boots, but then nerfed tier 3 boots pretty hard. And then took away the movement speed, which is kind of the... like, they literally gave upgraded boots to mid laners because they're supposed to roam more. And then they took away all of the increased speed from the tier 3 boot upgrades. You're not getting anything that actually helps you roam with the mid lane quest anymore. Because you're not getting extra movement speed. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, I get that mid lane was already in a decent position, so giving them any too much relative power is not helpful to other roles that needed more power, but like, fuck. And the enhanced recall is kind of shit. Like, it's super OP at certain points, but then the cooldown on it is just massive. 5 minutes. Like, yes, it can be reduced, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like they could have gotten something better. Like free magical boots, or free gold that can only be used on boots, or something just more practical. Like, yes, empowered recall and tier 3 boots are practical and strong even, but I don't know. The boot upgrades are based on items introduced for feats of strength, but they've been heavily reworked and are significantly more powerful now. I literally saw them only nerf them. What? Did they end up buffing them in the end after all? The fuck? Maybe they changed it a lot since I last saw the changes to them. I mean, that would be good. It would definitely be better. It would make all my complaining just now pointless. Golden experience from minions reduced by 25% outside of mid lane, like top lane, until level 3. Still kind of stupid they're doing that anti-lane swap debuff, like, even though they said they were getting rid of it. They're just making a different version of it. Quest progress, 1,350 points required for completion, so it's way more point total than they said it was originally. Ranged champions gain 1.5% of damage dealt to champions as quest progress. Melee champions gain 3% of damage dealt to champions as quest progress. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Had to let my dog in. So, back to it. 1 per minion kill, 2 doubled in lane, another 30 per epic monster, 25 per turret or plate. Or sorry, 25 per turret, 20 per plate. It was the same the other day. Also doubled, 25 per champion takedown, and then starting at 105, you get +1 per 3 seconds passively, increased at 8 per 5 seconds in and around mid lane. I don't get why they did the whole minions meeting at 105. I wish they'd just done it at a minute, especially for jungle camp spawns. Doing it at 55 is just annoying. And it sounds like it's not a big deal, but it's going to be confusing for certain players. Definitely something they should have taken more into account. Like, I'm sure they did take it into account and had their reasons for moving it up 5 more seconds, but they should have just made it 1 minute flat. It makes calculating your finishing clears a lot easier. But it's whatever. Quest rewards. Tier 2 boots upgrade to their corresponding Tier 3 boots. If you do not have tier boots in your inventory upon quest completion, they will be upgraded on purchase. I'm curious how that'll work if you sell your boots and buy new ones. I'm hoping that it'll just automatically upgrade the new boots instead of giving you only tier 2 boots. That would be stupid and sucky. Every 5 minutes, gain an empowered recall, reducing the channel time from 8 to 5 seconds. Or 8 to 4 seconds, my bad. Champion takedowns reduce the cooldown on empowered recall by 1 minute. I feel like 1 minute could be like 2 easily, but it's whatever. Or even just getting a takedown resets it even. That would be super powerful, but like you typically want to recall every takedown anyways if it's, well, I guess it's more in mid game by the time you're finishing this quest, so maybe not. It would be also not as powerful at that point either. Like, it would still be OP, but not as OP. Alright, here's the boot changes. Let's see. Yep, that's what I thought. They're not actually stronger. Why do they call this significant buffs? It's literally weaker than what they were. Gunmetal lifesteal. That's a thing. So, Crimson Lucidity upgrades from Ionian Boots of Lucidity, ability haste 20, movement speed 45, which is the same as tier 2, so it's nerfed compared to the old tier 3 boots. Ability haste is also nerfed. If I remember correctly, tier 3 was at 25. Ionian Lucidity gain 20 summoner spell haste, Noxan haste, empowering or protecting allies with abilities, dealing damage to enemy champions with abilities, or casting a summoner spell grants 10% movement speed for 4 seconds. That is actually pretty cool. Is that a thing already? I can't remember. I don't think it was. It definitely wasn't. So it's basically what the Gunmetal Greaves had, but slightly different and not as much movement speed. Huh. These are going to be OP as shit. Swift March. Upgrades from Boots of Swiftness. Movement speed 65. So the same as Swifties. Fleet-footed. Reduce the effectiveness of slows by 40%. I think that's a buff. I can't remember if Tier 3 Swifties has that increased or not. Nox and Fervor gain 5% of your movement speed as adaptive force. Do not remember what the current ratio on that is. It definitely has that effect, but I can't remember what the ratio is at all. Like 3% is what's popping into my head, but at the same time, I don't know why I'm thinking that, so it's probably wrong. Spellslinger Shoes. Upgrades from Sorks. Magic penetration is 18. Flat magic penetration is 18. Percentage magic penetration is 8%. Movement speed is 45. Is that the same or is it nerfed? At best, it's the same. It might be a little nerfed on the percent penetration. Definitely not buffed at the very least. Gunmetal Greaves is upgraded from Berserker Greaves. Attack speed 40%. Movement speed 45, lifesteal 5%. Think it's a small nerf on the attack speed. It might be the same, but the lifesteal is definitely new and nice. Chain Laced Crushers. Upgrades from Mercury Treads. We've got Magic Resist is 30, so it's up by 10, so that's nerfed. Definitely nerfed because it's 40 currently. Movement speed is 45, that's nerfed. Noxan Persistence, 15-second cooldown after taking magic damage from a champion. Gain a 10 to 120 level scaling plus 10% health. Magic shield for 5 seconds. I don't remember the ratios on the current version of that. It's probably roughly the same. Armored Advance. Upgrades from plated steel caps. Armor's 35, so that's plus 10, I believe. So minus 5 compared to the current tier 3 for them. Movement speed 45. Plating reduces incoming damage from attacks by 10%. That's just normal. Noxin endurance again. The same thing as Noxin persistence from chain lace crushers, but a physical damage shield. After taking physical damage from a champion, gain a 10 to 120 level scaling shield plus 10% HP on the shield for 5 seconds for physical damage only. I don't know why they called it a significant buff. That is just a gross overstatement and actively a lie on several of them. Huh. Most of them are significantly nerfed. Well, most of them are lightly nerfed. Some of them are significantly nerfed. Not buffed. Bot lane. We're doubling down on bot laners as the game's defining gold income carries. Bot laners progress their quests more from minion kills than other positions and are rewarded with some sort of front gold. Some upfront gold. Increased gold income for the rest of the game and the ability to move their boots into the role quest slot, freeing up an inventory slot for more component items, or even a fully completed 6 item if the game goes long enough. They too have their golden experience gains reduced by 25% if they're outside of bot lane before level 3. Their level quest points required is 1,350, so the same as mid lane. Interesting that top lane is still at 1,200. Maybe it's a typo on top lanes and it's 1,350 as well. Guess we'll find out tomorrow. Wouldn't be the first time there was a weirdly significant typo in the patch notes. Of course, it could just be easier to finish top lane's quest as well. .5 points per minion kill. That is a stupid number for this. You should not be getting 0.5 points on something like this. Like, yes, they're doing the addition for you, so it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but like, holy fuck, Riot, you're asking for bugs. Probably not gonna be any, at least not any that anybody notices, but okay. 1.5 per minion kill, doubled in bot lane, 30 per epic monster, 25 per turret, and 20 per turret plate. Both of those are doubled in lane. 15 champion kills, one is reduced compared to the other roles. So 15 per champion kill instead of 25 like mid and top lane. And then you've got the starting at 105 plus 1 per 3 seconds passively increased to 8 plus 8 per 5 seconds in bot lane play space. Did I say that same word? I do not remember that word. Yeah, they did not use that word earlier. Okay. Quest rewards, plus 300 gold. That's the same as a kill, so that's a free kill gold. Plus 2 gold per minion kill for the rest of the game. That actually will add up a lot more than the jungle one. Like, the jungle one's giving a lot more per camp, but at the same time, you need to not be obsessing about jungle camps in the late game. And then 10 flat EXP is actively garbage, especially considering that jungle camps stop scaling their EXP around levels 11 to 13. I think it's 13. It's around 11 to 13. I can't remember exactly, but minions keep scaling their EXP for the entire game. Jungle camps stop. So plus 10 flat EXP does not help you scale into late game. Plus 50 gold per champion takedown for the rest of the game. That's really big. Boots move from the roll quest to the roll quest slot, effectively opening up a 7th item slot. That's kind of helpful. It's going to be more useful for components than it is for actually getting a 6th full item, because games aren't typically going to go long enough to get a 6th full item, and if they do, you've done something wrong, honestly. Support. The support quest is already very fulfilling and functional. That's because they get extra fucking battle effects from their support quest. And as they say, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. They're not wrong. It's still really an abysmal feeling for supports to get nothing special when every other role did, though. Even though they've had something way better for a lot longer. That said, we did want to take this opportunity to localize the role quest to bot lane, similar to the other quests, while also adding a few quality of life upgrades to the quest. Gone are the days of having to sacrifice one of your item slots for control wards. Now is the time for laners and junglers to figure the potential of a 6th item support. Except it's not 6 items, it's 4 items, because you've got support item and your boots taking up 2 slots. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, instead of 3 items, sure, because if you were buying control wards, you were stuck at 3 items, but so it is still 1 more item, but there's still significantly less items than other roles by a lot. Golden experience from minion kills and from support quest items reduced by 25% outside of bot lane until level 3. So basically they've made it that you're no longer punishing anyone else if you're roaming before level 3, but you are punishing yourself a lot. Zazak's Realm Spike, Solstice Slay, Bloodsong, Dreammaker, and Celestial Opposition, 5 gold per 10 seconds to 9 gold per 10 seconds. That's really nice. That's really good and really strong. After quest completion, Control Ward gold, cost reduced to 40 gold. That's nice, but at the same time, not a feels good moment. After quest completion, store up to 2 control wards on your role quest slot instead of your item inventory slot. And they can't even buy more than 2 control wards still. Thought they'd at least let them buy more than 2. Yeah, support players are going to be screaming for the next few months. Otacon, Blood Roses, feats, and kills. What do you mean, and kills? You're not removing kills. You are removing the rest of them, though. With the new season, we're waving goodbye to Otacon, Blood Roses, and Feats of Strength. These 3 features combine to make Summoner's Rift in 2025 unique. But Otacon's story has come to an end, and ultimately these features weren't having a positive enough effect on the game for us to be confident to keep them in the game long term. Not to mention many of you letting us know that these weren't features you all were fans of, that's for sure. Otacon was really powerful, but a little too power warping. Feats of Strength were frustrating to play around. Blood Roses were actually pretty fun, though. But they're tied to Otacon, unfortunately. Otacon, in particular, contributed to an extremely objective-focused game that tended to narrow the possibilities of what a game of Summoner's Rift can be. Honestly, I think with the changes to towers and split pushing, Otacon wouldn't be as game warping as he currently is. He'd still be game warping for sure, but not as much, so there would be benefits to giving him up. Whereas there currently aren't. Feats definitely needed to be removed. Ultimately, these 3 features were increasing the complexity of Summoner's Rift without providing enough value, so they've been removed to make room for new features. I still wish they would have kept Baron at 25 minutes. Like, yes, there would have been a gap for Void Monster, but I still wish it stayed at 25 minutes. They're speeding up games too much by moving it back to 20. Since we've removed Feats of Strength, First Blood, and the turret First turret destroyed once again grant increased gold. I don't like that. I think that's also a little too game warping to bring that back. I was glad when they removed those. I don't like they're bringing it back. We are also reducing the value of frequently killed champions, but letting them re-earn their way back to full value faster. We are happy with the current level of snowballing in the game, since many of the new mechanics have a strong chance of increasing snowballing. We want to combat that increase. We'd also be happy with teams changing their ganking strategy. Right now, it's optimal to continue picking on the same lane over and over again, as the risk of doing so plummets the farther ahead one side gets. That's for sure. By reducing the value of repeated kills, players are nudged towards ganking other lanes to extract the most gold from the play. That's going to be irrelevant in low ELO, but may be relevant in high ranks. Feats of strength have been removed from the game. First blood once again grants 100 gold to the killer. First turret destroyed once again grants plus 300 gold. Otacon has been removed from the game and will no longer spawn. I feel like that's a little redundant to state that second part. Blood roses have been removed from the game and will no longer spawn. Base kill gold devaluation per 1 gold given on death. 0.2 to 0.4. Base kill gold devaluation per 1 gold given on death changed from 0.2 to 0.4. For example, dying and giving away 300 gold will reduce your base kill gold by 75 gold. Okay. So you're going to decrease in gold value twice as fast. Base kill gold revaluation per 1 gold earned 0.1 to 0.2. So you're going to go back up in gold twice as fast. This change does not affect the accrual of positive bounties. I mean, it will a little bit, just because you'll be getting back to neutral, which means you'll be able to get back to getting a bounty in the first place. Epic objective tuning. Our pass on epic monsters for this season is intended to make them more contestable, empowering junglers to get to better solo objectives, make them more sustainable and tunable, and ultimately more consistent to interact with. Making them more soloable. That's interesting. We want to increase the risk incurred when taking epic monsters, bringing it closer to the danger level of pushing for turrets. To do this, we're making these epic monsters more resistant to physical and magic damage, which means a team will take anywhere between 10 to 30% longer to kill them. In the case of late-game elemental drakes, they are being slowed even further. Claiming Dragon Soul is just as impactful as taking Baron Nashor, so we want the time commitment for doing so to be comparable. I mean, you can kill Baron Nashor pretty goddamn fast in late game. Because true damage sources such as Jungle Pet and Smite are unaffected, junglers who solo these objectives won't be nearly as penalized. That's not accurate. They're not increasing Jungle Pet damage, so you're getting penalized pretty hard. Which means playing for lane priority in order to give your jungler cover is comparatively more powerful. Most epic monsters also no longer reward simply being around when it dies, meaning laners can continue to focus on lane control. So they're making the EXP more global, I believe. I guess we'll find out. This increase in resistances and a small buff to Smite also protect junglers from some non-jungler objective steals until they buff those, like fucking Jinx ult. And Evelynn ult, although Evelyn's a jungler that's almost never seen outside of jungle, so that's less problematic. Junglers are already under a lot of pressure to perform around these objectives, and that level of stress can burn a lot of players out, so we're making this specific portion of jungle gameplay more forgiving. Why don't you make it so that Smite targets epic monsters more so than champions when they're right fucking next to each other? Holy fucking shit, please. Like, I'm pretty sure you already do that, but you need to increase the priority for epic monsters. We've also done a pass on epic monster rewards, aiming to make most of them give roughly as much gold and twice as much experience as a typical jungle camp. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Which we think is a fair reward for camps that mostly just cost time. For the game-ending objectives, namely Elder Dragon and Baron Nashor, we're substantially curtailing their gold rewards and choosing instead to retain their emphasis on buff power and experience. The experience value of these epic monsters is remaining high, and we're refactoring their comeback experience mechanics in order to make them strong turning points for mounting a comeback for the losing team. The buff power is remaining because they should be strong, time-limited moments that meaningfully change how each game plays out. In the past, epic monsters had inconsistent scaling, with some caring about game time, some caring about level, and some having a mix of factors. Are they giving elemental drakes flat bonuses? We've rebuilt all epic monsters scaling to have base stats and level ups similar to how champions do. Each epic monster has a minimum level that's aligned with the typical game, but ensures outliers aren't too squishy. They've all been given the same underlying armor and magic resist growth, which roughly mirrors what champions versus champion combat feels like, and should scale appropriately for the champions of any damage type. These changes have the added benefit of making experiences like multiplayer practice tool more productive, as a level 15 Baron team fight will always behave like a level 15 Baron team fight, regardless of how many minutes into the game you are. So they're scaling with team-wide EXP, not time on the match. That's a nice change, especially for practice tool. Excuse me. Elemental Drakes will have up to 35% more effective HP, increased further for teams who approach Dragon Soul. As the Dragon Vengeance mechanic that gives them damage reduction has been buffed. I'm not complaining about that. Causing super late game soul takes to last about twice as long. I'm really looking forward to that. We're picking Dragon Vengeance for the primary buff here because we want losing teams to have a fair shot at taking a low value Elemental Drake, but we want Dragon Soul to be strongly contestable. Drakes still don't deal very much damage, which is an intended part of their combat. Their local rewards are actually going up this season. Unlike most other epic monsters, we want to make sure that junglers feel appropriately rewarded for skipping out on a camp or two to take a team-wide objective. So we're ensuring they're properly compensated in golden experience for taking risks on behalf of their teams. You just said that you weren't raising the gold, only raising the EXP. Why is that? Why are you saying otherwise now? We've also simplified and buffed all dragons' comeback experience mechanic, which rewards under-leveled champions of the losing team. Not looking forward to that. You should be punished for being behind, not heavily rewarded. Comeback mechanics are getting a little too overtuned by more than a little bit. Minimum level 6, health 5,730 to 13,790 to 3,625 plus 375 growth. So roughly 5,106 to 10,000. So that means they're buffing the armor and magic resist if they're having more effective HP while having less actual HP. Okay, never mind. This actually will be easier for solo junglers to take because they've lowered the actual HP, so the true damage will actually be significantly more impactful. Interesting. I was wrong. They made really smart changes here. Armor is going from 21 to 34 plus 8 growth. So effectively 66 to 170. God damn, that is a lot. I like it, but Wow, it's a lot. Magic resistance is going from 30 to 32, plus 4 growth, so 48 to 100. They still haven't fixed the issue of champions who take Black Cleaver just don't get penetration against the epics. They need to fix that. I know that they don't like debuffs affecting epic monsters, but they should at least make an exception for Black Cleaver. Every other penetration item works. Magic Mountain Drakes have 15% HP instead of plus 20 armor and magic resist. So for 200 plus 430 growth. Interesting. Dragon Vengeance damage reductions from 7, 14, and 21% to 15, 30, and 45%. That is massive. Also liking that. Dragon Vengeance no longer increases damage to champions by 20%, 40%, and 60%. Not complaining about that. Dragon Vengeance tooltip now shows its numbers more accurately. They are raising the kill gold. Why did they literally say they weren't? Kill gold goes from 25 to 75. Local EXP goes from 150 to 330 to 6 to 15 level. On level 6 to 15 to 160 to 400. 6 to 18. What the fuck? They said they were doubling EXP. This is not even close to doubling it. Not even a little bit. Comeback EXP is now linear instead of quadratic, but still scales at 2 times at a 4-level deficit. God, they lied about the gold and the EXP. Love it when it's 2 different people writing the patch notes. Aiming to make most of them give roughly as much gold and twice as much experience. So yeah, they got it backwards. 3 times as much gold and a tiny bit more EXP. Well, actually, I guess it's not double. They didn't say it was double what it was. They're saying it's double what a regular camp was. So actually, no, that's fine. The gold is definitely tripled, though. Yeah. Although the fact that it's local gold is still making it only worthwhile if you're soloing it. Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon already scaled its durability with level, but we're cleaning up the functionality of it. Like with Baron later on, its overall gold value is going down, while the EXP value is being placed entirely into team-wide global EXP and ensuring it's amplified by the monster's comeback experience for weaker players on the losing team. Ultimately, Elder Dragon will have around 20% more effective HP, but should otherwise feel similar. The minimum level change shouldn't mean much, except for anyone who likes looking at the official League wiki. Yeah. Because you're not getting to Elder Dragon before certain levels. As now the minimum values more closely match what players will actually encounter in their games. That's more just cleanup than anything else. Minimum level is 10 to 13. Armor is 120 to 189, changing to 35 plus 8 growth, which is 122 to 170. So its armor is going down a little bit in the late game. Magic resist is 70 to 113 to 32 plus 4. So that's 76 to 100. Health is 13,650 to 17,130, changing to 17,796. Don't know why they didn't just make it 17,800, but whatever. To 21,275. So the HP is going up while the defense stats are going down a little bit. Because they do not want to make that soloable for the jungler. that's for sure. Not with Elder Dragon. That would not be good. Gold is 100 per 100 kill and 250 global to 100 kill and 150 global. Reducing the gold by a lot. Is that 150 per person or 150 split 5 ways? I think it's split 5 ways. Total gold is going down from oh no, it is each person. Okay. From 1,350 to 850. So it is 150 per person. Experience is 830 local and 500 global to 0 local and 650 global. Excuse me. Total experience payout is going from 3330 to 3250. Comeback EXP is now linear instead of quadratic, but still scales up to 2 times at a 4-level deficit. Void grubs. Curious to see some tweaks here. Void grubs have generally been an epic monster camp that's more about getting yourself ahead and rewarding the whole team for running over to assist in the takedown. With this season's increased focus on pushing turrets, we think the buff already rewards that playstyle strongly, but we want to reduce the pressure on having whole teams roam up for grubs. We also want to make it easier for laners to run over and take a single grub and then leave back to their lane. To accomplish these goals, we're concentrating the gold reward purely on the killer of each monster and retuning the rewards to be more in line with our goals for camps like these. What do you mean camps plural? There's only one of them. We're also reducing the camp's damage in order to make them less scary for non-junglers to engage with. As with most other epic monsters, their durability is increasing as well. What do you mean most other epic monsters? You're increasing the durability for all monsters, I thought. Do like that they're reducing the damage. As a point of clarification, the changes to Void Mites will only affect the Monster Camp version and have no impact on the Reward Mites summoned from taking down the camp. Minimum level is changed from 4 to 7. Armor is changed from 0 to 34 plus 8 growth, so 73 plus. Yeah, I guess kind of giving a cap for that would be kind of weird and pointless. There's never going to be grubs with everybody at level 18. God, the things that would have had to have happened in a match for that. I can't even think of a situation that would be crazy enough to be possible. Everybody would just have to be trading kills intentionally. Magic resistance is 0 to 32, plus 4 growth, so 51 plus. Health is so many numbers. 2250 to 3750 to 1300 plus 200 growth, so 2269 plus. So more overall. I think. Pretty sure. It's definitely more at the bare minimum. Add 30 to 45 by game time. AD, not add, god damn it. My brain is shutting down apparently. AD, 30 to 45 by game time to 12 plus 2 growth. So 22 plus. Their damage has gone down a lot. Thank fucking god. Those things fucking hurt. Grubs now deal 50% more damage to non-champions, matching Dragon and Baron. So pets are gonna get fucking murdered. Might AD, 4.2 to 6.2 by game time, 1.8 to 0.3 growth. 1.8 plus 0.3, so 3 plus. Might HP is 470 to 710 by game time, 180 to 30 growth, 325 plus. So their HP is going down. Wait, don't the mites just die from a single auto? I guess that's for AoE abilities. Why they have an effective HP. Huh. Gold, 20 local plus 50 global. 210 total to 30 local. 90 gold. Huh. Interesting. So overall their gold is going way down. Was it 50 global? That does not seem right at all. Huh. Experience 75 plus 2% per level to 4 over. God damn. What am I looking at? 75 plus 2% per level. The fuck am I looking at? I don't even know. Regardless, it's being changed to 65. So 195 for 3. So 65 each. I don't know what the fuck the first half of that is saying. I don't think the person writing it really understood what they were writing. It is not clear. XP radius is going from 0 to 2000, which makes sense since it's all local. Wait, is it local or is the EXP global? It doesn't specify, and I'm not sure what it originally was. I think it's local. No longer heals its killer for 60 HP. It healed its killer? I didn't know that. Huh. Alright, Rift Herald. Rift Herald is a valuable objective due to its ability to knock down turrets, so we're actually increasing its unique reward a small amount while removing an odd optimization around delaying its summon in order to squeak out a level up, and thus more damage from Rift Herald's Mercenaries charge. That's funny. We're making the eye mechanic more soloable by moving it to a simple cooldown that junglers can more easily claim by themselves. We're also changing its rewards to match our goals, especially by reducing the amount of local gold it gives nearby champions, and instead rewarding the killer an appropriate amount. As with other epic monsters, its effective health has also increased. What are they doing with the eye? I guess they're removing the on-hit eye cooldown reduction effect. Minimum level 6 to 9. Armor 60 to 34 plus 8 growth, so 88 plus. Magic resist is 50 to 32 plus 4, so 59 plus. Health is 10,688 to 14,250, 7,000, changing to 7,000 plus 700 growth, so 11,718. Really feel like they could clean these numbers up a lot, like a lot. Like you could increase that by literally 2 and make it 720. So annoying. Actually, how does it even get there? How? How is it going from 7,000 plus 700 per level to 11,718? I don't understand. Anyways, Rift Herald eye cooldown 8 seconds to 6 seconds. Eye cooldown is no longer reduced on hit, so I was right about that. Rift Herald now deals 50% more damage to non-champions, matching Dragon and Baron again, just like with Void Might, or Grubs and Void Mites. Experience value 309 to 330 to 240. Ew. I don't like that. XP radius 600 to 2000. Gold 200 to 600 based on nearby champions to 100 gold to the killer. I don't like that either. Mercenary charge damage 2500 to 3000, just to 3000 total. I like that. Like, the XP radius is good, yeah. That's not what I don't like. It's the EXP value that I don't like. They're dropping it a lot. From 309 to 330 down to 240. And then the gold is the other thing I don't like. They've reduced the amount of gold by a lot. Like, the XP radius is the one good thing about the EXP and gold changes. I just don't like that they've lowered so much of what it gives. Especially since they were saying that they wanted Epic Monsters to reward skipping camps, and they've actively made that. I mean, I guess it's still way more than a camp, a regular camp, but I don't know. I wish they weren't reducing its gold and EXP as much as they were. Mercenary charge damage is just now at max, which is 3000. Mercenary health. I'm guessing that's when you spawn it out. Crush the eye. Well, no, they were I don't know if you were here earlier, but they were talking about making it easier for junglers to solo epics. Like, it was specifically in the dragon portion, but like, they talked about it as epics as a whole. Like, they wanted epics to be more soloable, especially early on for just the jungler. They specifically wanted laners to not have to rotate, actually. They wanted laners to maintain priority, but not need to leave lane to get into EXP range. Like, they explicitly said that they wanted laners to never have to leave lane to sneak. Yeah, it was. I'll find it. Which is it's a good change. It just doesn't make sense with the changes they made to Herald, unless the things they wrote out for Herald are typos or outdated information. I want to say it was in this area. So before dragons, yeah. That's game ending. Don't want game ending. Here it is. Claiming soul is just as impactful as taking Baron Nashor. We want the time commitment for doing so to be comparable, because true damage sources such as Jungle, Pet, and Smite are unaffected. Junglers whose solo objectives won't be nearly as penalized. At least for Elemental Drakes, it's actually going to be significantly easier to solo Elemental Drakes as the jungler, because they've reduced the max HP. They've increased the armor and magic resist, but they reduced the max HP, which means their true damage from Smite and Jungle Pet, especially the Jungle Pet, are a lot more impactful. Which means playing for lane priority in order to give your jungler cover is comparatively more powerful. Basically, they want laners to not have to leave lane. Most Epic Monsters also no longer reward simply for being around. Most Epic Monsters also no longer reward simply being around when it dies, meaning laners can continue to focus on lane control. That's the big thing. They want laners to not have to leave lane. They want them to only need to leave lane if a fight breaks out, and just to be ready if a fight breaks out. And, like, that's the point of, like, lowering the gold. But they lowered it too much. Like, you already got, like, you were usually getting Herald gold alone anyways, which is nice. Like, I hated it when the whole team showed up for Herald, honestly. Because I would get way less gold and way less EXP. The big problem is, especially initially, is that people are still going to rotate because they're not going to realize that they're not getting anything, or at least as much, by rotating, especially in low ELO. So it's going to be painful, especially at first, and it's probably going to be permanently painful in low ELO. People aren't going to ever know that this is even happening. They don't pay attention. Most people don't turn on numbers for EXP and stuff, so they're not even going to notice that they're not getting as much EXP, and they don't pay attention to the gold drops, so they're not going to notice that they're getting no gold at all. So this is going to potentially end up hurting junglers more, because they're going to be sharing resources, especially in low ELO, that aren't intended to be shared anymore. The kill gold isn't going to matter because they're getting that last hit, but the EXP gold's going to hurt. Or not the EXP gold, but the EXP is going to fucking hurt. It's still going to hurt getting way less gold, though, in general, even though there's... But it's whatever. Otacon has been removed. Spawns changed to no longer spawns. Somebody had fun with that. Baron Nashor. Baron Nashor is receiving a similar treatment to Elder Dragon, reducing its overall gold reward and ensuring the experience reward is impactful. Also to specify, because I think you missed this too, they only specified reducing gold for late game epic monsters, meaning Baron and Elder Dragon. They increased gold for elemental drakes actually, and Herald is also an early game epic. Yeah, there needs to be a lot more information for low ELO players. It is a lot more easily accessible, which means in the client. And I think they're going to be doing that next year. Like, the stuff they talked about when they're updating the client next year, hopefully there's a lot more information that's accessible on the homepage of the client, like in front of people's faces. Not that they'll pay attention to it even if it's there, but slightly more people will pay attention to it, which is better than the currently almost none that do. Yeah. At the very least, Skill-Capped has been focusing almost exclusively on low ELO players, which is helpful, at least to the people that watch them. And League has actually been showcasing Skill-Capped on their official YouTube channels, so that's a little more helpful too. I think that's a part of them trying to help out with new players, is showcasing the YouTube channel creators that focus on low-ranked players. Because they posted a couple different things for from Skill. They actually had Skill-Capped post things directly on the official League of Legends YouTube video during Worlds, and then they also gave exclusive early access to Otacon to Skill-Capped as well, so that they could make an in-depth guide on him and have it released like a week after Otacon came out. So I'm pretty sure they also got to ask questions about how Otacon was intended to be played as well, which is really cool. I think it's really cool. I think they need to go... They used to give a lot more time to creators on their official channels, and they need to go back to doing that, especially for the artist stuff. They really need to go back to highlighting artists on their official channels. I'm so sad that I wasn't around when they were highlighting the artists on the official channels. They need to go back to doing that. I think that they're maybe going to start... They're definitely looking like they're going to start doing it with creators that are focusing on how to play the game. Hopefully they'll go back as a whole, though. Baron Nashor is receiving similar treatment to Elder Dragon, reducing its overall gold reward and ensuring the EXP reward is impactful to drive those exciting moments where clutch objective steals lead into a teamfight comeback. I kind of wish they'd increase Baron's debuff, where it shreds your armor and magic resist to the level of Otacon's. That was something that I really liked. Maybe not as powerful, but definitely they could increase Baron's debuff by a moderate amount for sure. Make it a lot more risky than it currently is. It just stacks so slow currently, and Baron's so easy to kill in late game right now. We're preserving its buff power as a meaningful game ender, though. We've also done tuning past on Baron's various abilities to ensure they're not weaker than his regular attacks. Excuse me. So he lives up to his raid boss aura. His shred is all there. There it is. They're increasing his shred. Nice. His shred is also being empowered to consistently weaken all enemies around him, making the fight more lethal than before when an enemy team comes to contest. You thought pro teams were done throwing the game at 20-minute objective fights? Think again. Yeah, it's such a great. That's like the best part to watch in pro games is when somebody throws the game over a Baron fight that they had no fucking business starting. Oh, it's like just honestly, it's just like the one single best part that's actually worth watching in pro games most of the time. So they get so fucking boring most of the time. Ultimately, Baron will be more durable than before and slightly more threatening, as his abilities will more accurately scale across game time, and the increased shred will make the attacking team more prone to being more vulnerable to contests. You probably missed this earlier, but they're changing how epics scale. They're no longer scaling with game time. They're scaling with the average level of players in the match at that current time, which is definitely helpful. It's significantly helpful for practice tool because if you kill a level 15 Baron, it is level 15 whether it's 3 minutes into the match or 15 minutes into the match. So practice tool will be a lot more practical for taking epics, which is nice, but also just in general it makes it easier tuning for Riot, which is nice in general. I don't know why they said game time here. I mean, it's probably just a wording that they didn't think too much about, but it's definitely going to get their wires crossed for people with OCD like myself, since they're no longer scaling with game time and only scaling with average team level, or average levels across the entire match. Spawn timer changed from 25 minutes back to 20 minutes. I wish they kept it at 25, honestly. I really don't like that this is going to speed up matches further than all the other things that are going to be speeding up matches this season. Really think they could have stood to leave Baron at 25 minutes. Minimum levels staying at 11. Health is going from 15,600 to 19, or going from 15 to 19 by time to 16 plus 170 growth. So it's going to be stronger at all points, which is, again, good. Armor is 120 to 34 plus 8, so 104 to 170. That's really good. Magic resist is going from 70 to 32 plus 4 growth, so 67 to 100. Interesting. And better. I wish they had started it with better armor, higher armor magic resist than what the base was, in all honesty. It's going to scale above it pretty goddamn quickly, but I still wish they had started it at that point. Attack damage, 350 to 520, from 20 to 57 minutes to 175 plus 20 growth. So stronger at all points, because 351 to 515. Corrosive secondary attack damage, I believe that's the big spit one. 70 plus 20% total AD to 35% total AD only, so no base. I think that'll be... I mean, it's designed to be a little bit stronger, so I assume that it'll be a little bit stronger. Cannot do that math in my head right now, for sure. Acid pool damage, 200. We know what acid pool is. That one's obvious. 200 plus 10% total AD to 100% total AD. That one is definitely stronger by a lot. Is that damage over time, or is it just damage on hit? I can't remember. Doesn't acid pool stay for a little bit? Can't remember. Why am I not able to remember this? I've taken so many fucking Barons. Territorial Baron pull damage. 300 changed to 100% total AD. So that one's getting a lot stronger. That's good. All-Seeing Baron Rift total damage 1,000 to 140% total AD. So that one's going down? Did it really do 1,000 damage? That's gotta be a fucking typo. It's gotta be a massive fucking typo. Look at the All-Seeing Rift Baron total. It says it was originally 1,000 damage. That's gotta be a massive fucking typo. It's gotta be like 100% changing to 140%. Like, there's no way. It did not do 1,000 flat damage. I've never taken 1,000 damage from a single Baron hit. Right? Yeah, I'm second guessing myself, but I would notice that much HP going away. Like, yes, you normally dodge a lot of the alternate Baron attacks, so it's not something you necessarily take enough to remember very well, but at the same time, I feel like if I took that even once, I would remember that very well. It's got to be a typo, a massive one. Acid shot damage, 200 plus 50% total AD to 100% total AD. Tentacle knockup damage, 200 plus 25% to 100%. Re-added shreds. Did they remove the shred? I didn't know that they removed the shred. Maybe they did that when they added Otacon. They removed the Baron shred. I didn't know about that. Shreds 0.5 armor magic resist per second to all nearby enemies. So maybe they're not speeding it up. Maybe they're just adding it back. Which means it's the same as what it was. Which means it's the same as what I thought it was. Which means it's not better, which sucks. I should at least make it one shred per second. I'm pretty sure that's what it originally was. It feels like it would be roughly the same. Experience goes from 800 local to 600 global to just 650 global. God damn. They are nuking this thing's EXP. Baron used to be a massive source of EXP, and it's still a lot, but the 800 local going away is going to hit hard for some cases. Total EXP is going down from 3,800 to 3,250. Like, it seems like it's not that much, but if you only took Baron with like 2 or 3 people, that's a lot of extra EXP that you're missing out on. If you took it with your whole team, then you're barely missing anything. But gold, 25 kill to 300 global to 100 kill plus 150 global. Gold's going down a shit ton. Actually, no, not that much. You were getting, one person was getting 325 and everyone else was getting 300 and now everybody's just getting 250. No, sorry, one person's getting 250. Everyone else is getting, that's a pretty big hit. 1525 to 850. Yeah, that's a pretty big hit in gold value. Which is fine. It's Baron. You care more about the buff than you do the gold and the EXP. For sure. Definitely don't care about that like I do with Herald. Baron Nashor is now subject to comeback experience like with dragons. Was it not already? Players on the losing team gain 25% EXP, increased EXP per level behind they are. God, that is a typo. That's a really annoying typo. Per level for how behind they are is what it's supposed to say. Capped at 2 times. Fixed a broken icon. And death recap from one of Baron's abilities. That's actually kind of a nice bug fix. Jungle adjustments. This is what I've been waiting for. God, I'm not even halfway through these patch notes. Holy shit. We're removing the global red and blue buffs that were available after 25 minutes for a few reasons. First, we think these buffs should be meaningful, and giving them out globally makes them less special when you do get one. I'm kind of sad about that, actually. I want to have people stealing my buffs again. God, they always forget how fucking obnoxious people are to jungler camps. First, we think these buffs should be meaningful, and giving out globally makes them less special when you do get one. Since these buffs aren't very impactful, if they're given out to 5 champions at a time, it also They're still impactful. They're just more impactful, not less. That's not how that works, Riot. It also made it harder to appreciate the reward. No, it didn't, since it could often show up without any effort from you. That's the point of a global buff. We prefer the version where somebody intentionally walks over to pick up the buff their jungler left for them. At least make it so that everybody can pick it up, right? I don't like that. I mean, the jungler still gets it guaranteed, but you have to fucking walk over to it again if somebody takes it. It incentivizes people taking it indirectly. That's annoying. Second, we think the overall power level of these camps got too high with so many buffs given out. That's the actual issue. That whole first paragraph was just bullshit. This is the actual issue. You can't say something's less impactful and then say the overall power level was too high. But yeah. Considering the season's emphasis on pushing for the enemy's base over taking jungle monsters, again, makes the fucking jungle quest reward so fucking pointless. Reducing the power of team buffs was a straightforward decision. I mean, I'm not complaining about them taking away the global... I mean, I am, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm more generally annoyed about how they're still forcing junglers to focus camps in late game instead of making it easier for them to focus pushing lanes. This also means as a jungler, you're less likely to face off against an enemy who's wearing matching buffs, giving junglers a little more late game combat agency in their average fight. The buffs really aren't that impactful in late game. And if you're going up against somebody who's matching, it's not really the same. It's not like if you both had Elder Dragon. Not even close. Baron's spawn no longer corrupts red and blue buff, which made their buffs global and gave monsters 30% more HP. Does it still corrupt the Scuttle Crabs? I hope it does. A second version of the buff still drops after the elemental terrain transition. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, with junglers being more PvE. That's a good thing. But the problem is that jungles, they're only more PvE in early game, which is fine. That is a good thing. But you don't push the game in any way by focusing camps in late game. If anybody is doing jungle camps in late game, they are doing nothing towards ending the game. If anybody is pushing minions in late game, even if they're not intending to push towards the end of the game, they are indirectly doing so, even if they're actively trying not to. You can't push minions without pushing towards the end of the game. Because pushing minions pushes your wave towards towers, and they will slowly whittle away at the enemy tower, even if it's only a little bit at a time. Doing jungle camps does nothing to push for the end of the game. At all. And it got even worse. Do you know how much the EXP you get from a camp after you finish the jungle quest? You get 10 flat bonus EXP per large monster. Do you realize how non-existent that is, considering that jungle camps stop scaling around level 13? Minions scale throughout the entirety of the game. They continue to give more and more EXP. Jungle camps stop around level 13. Like, there's a lot of reasons why junglers need to start pushing lanes around late game. The biggest one being that's how you end a game. But one of the secondary big ones is that jungle camps stop giving scaling EXP roughly around level 13. And so if you're like level 15, doing jungle camps is giving you way less EXP than doing lane minions. And it's just like you're actively hurting yourself to do jungle camps in late game as a jungler compared to pushing minions. And that's assuming your laners haven't, or the enemy team hasn't scooped them all up to begin with. Like, junglers are supposed to push lanes in late game, and people don't realize that. And it's incredibly frustrating as a jungler to be pushing lanes in late game, to push for the end of the game, and have your laners screaming at you, throwing a fit, and start griefing when they weren't even in the lane. because you took lane minions to shove towards a tower to end the game. It's really mind-numbingly frustrating. Alrighty, back to this. So it looks like maybe Scuttlecrab still gets corrupted, which is good. I like the vision that corrupted Scuttlecrab gave. Looks like they're simplifying the buffs as well. Red buff regen is going from 0.5 to 1 to 3 at levels 1, 4, and 6 to... What the fuck? I don't... Why? Why? So, the regen is going from 3-point scaling to 4-point scaling, but the slow is going from 4-point scaling to 3-point scaling. Why would they do that? This has got to be a fucking typo. One of these has to be wrong. It has to be the reverse. This is staying at 3 points. It's got to be the top one. It's got to be the regen. There's no fucking way that they would swap one from 3-point to 4-point and the other from 4-point to 3-point. Especially since they're only stating the levels once, which means that the level stated once applies to all of them. Yeah, something's very wrong here. I'm pretty sure it's the first one that's wrong, since all the rest that have... Since this one also has 3, and it's unchanged. Well, maybe I'm wrong and they just did weird fucking shit. Anyways, it's roughly the same. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? The level scaling is all kinds of wonky too, going from 146 to 11 and then just 146 to get to max when the max is the same on both. I don't really wish they were more careful about typos in this shit. This kind of confusion is what bothers me. Like, it doesn't make a big difference, but it still drives my OCD nuts to not know which is real. But apparently at one point, either tomorrow or today in the last year, you'd get max at level 6 versus max at level 11, which is significantly later. I'm going to move on. Red melee slow is going from 5, 10, 15 to 20 to 10, 15, 20. That's nice. For ganking especially, which actually makes me a little more confused. Although actually not, because if you're getting the level 2 at level 4, that's normally when you're ganking anyways, for your first gank. Why do they even have a level 1? Nobody's using it. Well, I guess Lee Sin, although you're technically using it at level 2, but that's functionally it is the same. This red range slow is unchanged. Okay. Red buff burn is 10 to 75 to 15 to 54. So stronger in early, weaker in late. Burn now displays its cumulative damage on its target. So it's changing from showing the tick damage to showing the total damage that's done so far. Red blue buff tooltips now show exactly how much power they provide. That's nice. Bug fix. Red blue buff no longer lasts 30 seconds longer if a jungler kills a champion for it. That's a dumbass bug. Glad it's gone. Jungle rules. Our jungle changes this season are aimed at slowing down their early clears in order to give more room for lanes to play out their early games without as much intervention. We're also reshaping the feel of early clears by giving junglers substantial damage reduction to help novice players. We're also reshaping. That's going to open up who can jungle by a lot. To help novice players have a more comfortable time when clearing their jungle and compensating the amount of health they get back to achieve fairly similar health for experienced players who kite camps well. That's intriguing. Maybe Kassadin Jungle finally pops off. That'll be interesting. I'll be messing around with that in the next week. Junglers will also be a little better at killing epic monsters, as their pets will contribute more DPS regardless of class and build, and their smite will be more powerful compared to spells like Lux's and Jinx's ultimates. I'm still pretty goddamn sure they're going to eventually buff Jinx's ult again, because the only reason they buffed it like a year and a half ago was specifically to make it better at stealing epics, and it really pissed me off. And I'm pretty sure they're going to nullify this again later on. Additionally, the overall mid-late game jungle golden experience income is going up a little, and by a little they mean a fraction of a fraction. Through a combination of more valuable Rift Scuttler and increased golden experience from their more quickly completed jungle quest. I am liking that the jungle quest completes 5 stacks faster. Monster damage amp, 25% to 10%. Why do they even need to amp the jungle monster damage? Just give it higher base damage. What the fuck is the point of the amp? Or is that... what? Is that for us or for the junglers? I don't even fucking know what that's referring to now that I think about it. I'm assuming it's referring to the thing about taking less damage from the camps, but maybe I'm wrong. Nope, never mind. Junglers take this. It's not that. So what is that? Is that damage you do to the monster? I wish they'd clarify that better. Smite damage. Goes from 600 to 900 to 1200 to 600, 1000 to 1400. Junglers take 50% damage from non-epic monsters. That is huge for opening up what champions can jungle. Maximum heal on kill is 81 plus 35 per level, 1 to 10. Max of 202.5 to 90 plus 20. Wow, that's a pretty big buff. Levels 1 to 9. Wow, it's even bigger because it's maxes out a level sooner. Max of 250. That is a lot of healing. That's probably going to get nerfed eventually, unfortunately. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I know Riot hates how much a jungler can fuck up a fight, go do a camp, and then come back almost full HP. Minimum heal on kill. 44% of max to 0% of max. Oh. Oh. Okay, so it got a nerf preemptively. You can now heal nothing from doing a camp. Interesting. Like I said, Riot fucking hates it when you go do a single camp and come back almost full HP. I'm not liking that. I wish they would have just kept that part the same. This part's nice. This part didn't need to change. New, now restores 15 energy on large monster kill. That is interesting. I don't think it's enough for Akali to pop off in the jungle yet, but it's helpful. It's definitely helpful. Per heal per second. Pet heal per second. 14 to 37 to 6 to 36. That's a lot weaker. Pet-based DPS, 20 to 90 to 20 to 150. Okay, so what are they changing to warrant that? Base pet damage against epic monsters, 15.5 to 20. Oh, it scales as just as much as regular. That's nice. Scuttle Crab no longer spawns at -1 level, thus increasing Scuttle Crabs back to full value. Okay, I like that. I've been wanting that for a long-ass time. Although it's going to make very specific champions really OP at the start of the season. That's a little frustrating while also being really nice. Kills required for first evolution, 20 to 15, and then jungle roll completion from 40 to 35. And that's something I really wish they would have just moved the jungle pet item into the quest slot, though. Instead of having it take up an inventory slot. Just so fucking much. God, so much more. Phalites and vision changes. Phalites. Phalites are a new map feature we're introducing to improve the vision system. Sorry about that. They appear as rings of glowing mushrooms on the ground. Some present at game start and some upon the Elemental Rift transformation. Need some water. When you place a ward on the ring, it will temporarily reveal a nearby area of the map, which is not revealed to enemies unless they use a detector effect or ping the ward directly. Really curious how Oracle Lens is going to interact with Phalite Vision. These were designed with a few goals in mind. First, we want to ward to be more usable for enabling plays, like a split push, even if the support isn't nearby to provide multiple wards, especially when coupled with the Scryer's Bloom changes. Scryer's Bloom changes, that's something. See below. I'll get to that. This is a major motivator for the powerful Phalite spots that spawn near side lanes after Elemental Rift transformation. It's also why the bonus vision regions are long enough to make a play, but not long enough to dominate vision. So they don't last as long as the ward, I think. Second, we want the vision game to be more approachable while still rewarding good decision making and strategic skill, particularly as the game moves past lane phase. This is why the island brush locations near the side lanes are simple, feels good spots to ward during lane phase, while the areas towards the center of the map are sparser and less powerful. It's also why the system still forces you to make strategic decisions about when and how to use limited ward trinket resources rather than resembling a plant or hex gate. For example, what? Including for playing against, as asymmetric information is critical to the depth of strategy. Decisions about... God, there's too many parentheses in this sentence. Forces you to make strategies about how and when and how to use limited ward trinkets, including for playing against. They didn't finish their fucking thought. They really don't know how to use a parentheses in a sentence, and they really overused the that. That's dumb and annoying. Third, we want to ensure the vision system has interesting mechanics to promote healthy new vision dynamics. We want to ensure the vision system has interesting mechanics to promote healthy new vision dynamics. Enable split pushes without turbocharging jungle invades. I'm not looking forward to that. This is why each location has its own tuning levers. Like location, elemental rift delay, bonus vision shape and size, and the location frequency of nearby Scryer's blooms. These enable Phalites like those at base gates, which can be useful for offensive plays, but are designed to be easier than average for a losing team to retake and used to recover after being pushed in. Finally, the vision system has historically been hard to understand and low satisfaction, so we're keen on vision mechanics that feel visceral, alive, and aesthetically pleasing on the map, rather than being a subcomponent of an item or UE component. This informed the natural magic visual motifs and punchy particle effects that hopefully make it a fun and inviting feature to interact with. We'll be keeping an eye on how Phaelites impact the vision game, adjusting rules and individual locations as necessary to keep them fair. Phaelites. Placing a ward of any type on a Phaelite makes the ward a Phaelite super ward, applying the following effects. Grants plus 25% vision radius to the ward. Reveals a bonus vision region for 45 seconds, so it is less than the actual ward duration. The bonus vision region is specific to that Phaelite location. The bonus region particles are only visible to your team. The bonus vision region is not affected by the type of ward being used. Example, control wards don't enhance it. The duration is represented by a countdown circle on the ward. The duration is represented by a countdown circle visual on the ward. The bonus vision region can see into brush if the brush is in the region shape. Interesting. Enemies will know they're in the bonus region. Enemies will know they're in the bonus region while their team has a detector sweeper effect within the region. Enemies will know they're in the bonus region if their team has ping tracked the ward directly, including via Sixth Sense. That's actually nice. All Phaelite super ward buffs are suppressed while the ward has near sight, and removed when the ward dies. But what if you're using an Oracle lens and you haven't gotten to where the actual ward is yet? Are you just fucked? And then what about this 25% vision increase? If you're using an Oracle lens, you're going to get seen before you block out the vision. They are really nuking ganking, which I am totally fine with, but wow, they're going to town on it way more than I expected. Which again, totally fine with. I am all for that. Just didn't expect them to be this brutal with it. As much as I'm very much all for it. I expected them to be a lot lighter on it. If your team already has a ward on the Phaelite, that ward will be destroyed to make room for the new super ward. Huh. So only one ward on the Phaelite at a time? I guess it doesn't make a difference, since the newer one will last longer. For the sake of vision score, the ward has a 25% score mod. I don't think that's necessary. For the sake of vision score, the bonus vision region is treated as an extra ward, obeying the position modifier rule, but no other modifier rules. Example, staleness. What? I don't even know what that means. Apparently there's a lot more to vision score than I have ever even contemplated. Phaelite locations. 1 near each base gate, 4 total, providing vision into nearby jungle. Those ones are going to be really useful and very impactful. 1 in each island brush. Near top and bot, 2 total, providing vision into river. 1 in each river wall brush near mid, aka banana brush. Each river wall. What? I've never heard somebody call something banana brush. I guess it's the one that loops around the wall that's opposite the pits, providing vision of nearby river, hugging the mid lane brush but not overlapping it. After Elemental Rift transformation, 1 near side lanes in each quadrant. 4 total, providing vision in the jungle path along the lane. Other vision changes. Phalight's goals are meant to be delivered by a mix of Phalight's themselves and other vision changes working in tandem. First, we're buffing the cooldown of Yellow Trinket so non-supports are more readily available. So, buffing the cooldown of Yellow Trinket so non-supports are more readily able to access vision with or without Phalight's to make plays. Likewise, we're also buffing the duration of Red Trinket so those trying to bypass clear enemy vision are more able to do so, and to make them better for clearing detected Phalite super wards. Honestly, I think Oracle Lens is going to be useless until like mid-game at the earliest. Especially with the increased vision radius from super wards. Like, you're going to get seen before you can block out the vision, I think. Unless Oracle Lens starts blocking out vision for everything around you, even if you're not touching the ward, which I don't think is going to happen. Additionally, we're adding more Scryer's Bloom locations and speeding up their respawn times. This is meant to enable I have the vision tools to make plays, goal of Phalites, as well as increased access to ward clearing to offset the increased systemic vision from Phalites. Stealth ward trinket cooldown 210 to 120 by level to 170 to 90 by level. That's a massive fucking cooldown buff. Oracle Lens trinket duration, god, that is a pointless buff. 6 seconds to 8 seconds. Didn't they originally last for like 10 seconds? I can't even remember. But a 2-second buff is not going to be enough to be not neutered the entirety of early game. Scryer's Bloom default respawn time. 260 to 350 random to 200 to 260 random. Really don't like the random aspects on plants at all. Really wish plants didn't have any random. At 15 minutes or Elemental Rift transformation. No, I don't think everything should have vision. Fog of War is important. I just think I don't have a problem with them reducing the cooldown for Scryer's Bloom. I just think I don't know if you know this, but like all of the plant spawns have a random timer. Like they have like a range like this, but this isn't scaling with time. The Scryer's Bloom will spawn anywhere between 200 seconds and 260 seconds. Randomly choosing how many seconds exactly it waits to respawn. And it's not just Scryer's Bloom that does that. Honeyfruit does that, and so do Blast Cones. They don't have exact timers based on any kind of scaling. They have a time range, and then each time they spawn, they randomly pick a time within that range and take that long to respawn. So, like, you know how, like, honeyfruits spawn in the river a little after first dragon spawns? It spawns roughly between 6 minutes and 7.5 minutes. But it's random, the exact time that it does spawn. That honeyfruit. And it just, and like, Blast Cones have a random adjustment as well, and it just drives me nuts. As somebody who plays jungle and mains jungle, who is having to see and deal with these things all the time. Although I didn't care about the honeyfruit one so much because junglers don't need to heal because they heal from their camp so much. I started caring about the honeyfruit in the river after I started playing top lane and mid lane, because laners use the honeyfruit more than anyone else in laning phase. Like, I don't like that, like, I want to go grab honeyfruit while I'm in top lane because I want to heal up and get some mana, and then, oh, I'm there 20 seconds too early because it randomly decided to spawn 20 seconds later than it did the match prior. It's just a frustrating feels bad moment. which Riot normally claims to want to avoid, which is why normally things have no random factors in this game. Except plants, which is stupid. At 15 minutes, new Scryer's Bloom locations become available, or Elemental Rift transformation if that's sooner, which is possible. One at each river coast near side lanes. 2 total. 1 behind each side lane inner turret. 4 total. That's tier 2s. 1 near the rocks in base where Hex Gates spawn, 4 total. Elemental Rift Scryer's Bloom locations near these points have been deprecated. And any other plants too close by have been repositioned. These new Scryer's Bloom locations have much shorter default respawn times, 90 to 120. Okay, that's cool. Here's a massive change, especially for laners. The home guard changes are huge. We're returning home guard to being generally faster, reducing dead time in the game flow and enabling proactive plays more often, especially later in the game. You'll now be able to keep your home guard until you reach the action, your outermost turret in your lane, or the minion wave. Home guard no longer has a duration. Home guard is now removed after reaching the endpoint, entering combat, or entering the jungle. Home guard will always take you at least to just before your outermost turret in a lane. Why not? Why just before? Why not at your turret? It's such a weird cutoff. Home guard will always take you to at least your inhibitor in your base. After 14 minutes or after at least 1 turret on either team has been destroyed in a given lane, home guard will track the furthest minion wave in the lane, ending approximately 2,000 units before reaching the minion wave. Interesting. Before 14 minutes, home guard grants 80% movement speed, ramping down to 40% over 4 seconds. After 14 minutes, home guard grants 150% movement speed, ramping down to 65% over 4 seconds. In swift play, home guard always grants 200% movement speed, ramping down to 100% over 4 seconds. I don't understand why they make it 80 and 150% if, like, you're never at 100% unless you're in swift play, apparently. When are you at 100%? There's no point where you're at just flat 100% home guard. It's so weird. It's always annoys me when people do stuff like that. Like, there's no point in not making the 80% the new 100% point, and then just adjusting this number accordingly so that it's the same amount of more extra movement speed. But, like, there's no point in saying 80 and 150 when 100 doesn't exist anymore. Like, things are relative to 100%, but nothing's ever at 100% unless you're in swift play, which I will never be, so. So weird. Crystalline Overgrowth. In this season, we want to encourage a wider variety of strategic play. In particular, we're interested in making lane pushes better in situations outside Baron buff. Part of this is addressing the reward incentives, but another part is addressing the actual ability to make damage progress on turrets. Even if turrets are worth more, there are many situations where you just don't have the time or DPS needed to make meaningful turret progress. Crystalline Overgrowth is a new mechanic on lane turrets to enable that damage progress. Essentially saying, what if every champ had accessible had an accessible demolish-like tool to enable small pushes? Over the course of several minutes, crystals will begin automatically building up on turrets. When a champ hits that turret, the overgrowth will burst, dealing bonus true damage based on how much overgrowth has accumulated. It's not based on the attacker's stats, nor do they need to stay near. near the turret for long. The tuning here is meant to be useful whether you're pushing fairly frequently or only hit turrets a couple of times per game. God, if you're only hitting turrets a couple times per game, you've got real fucking problems. I have no clue why the person writing this thought that was an acceptable thing for people to consider acceptable to do. So weird. Alright, back to reading. We want this to be a mechanic that most champs feel empowered to use in most games, not something that's only useful for perma pushers or only useful for comebacks. Targetable lane turrets are now subject to Crystalline Overgrowth. Crystalline Overgrowth will appear after a 90-second startup cooldown, 30 seconds in Swift Play. At that point, the turret will take true damage the next time an enemy champion attacks it. The Overgrowth will stay at its minimum damage state for 60 seconds, then scale the damage up linearly for 240 seconds, then hold at max damage indefinitely. The damage calculation is based on the average level of the attacking team. At level 1, it should be based on the level of the possessing team. That way, if you're behind, it doesn't hit you as hard, and if you're ahead, then it's not snowballing you extra hard. That's actually kind of dumb and backwards. I don't know. The damage calculation is based on the average level of the attacking team. At level 1, the damage range is 2% to 3.3% of the turret's max health. At level 18, the damage range is 8.8% to 18.9%. Why don't you just make it 9 and 19%? It's so fucking dumb. Of the turret's max health. The attack hitbox of the turret is increased for melee champions based on the size of the overgrowth. That's a nice thing. Crystalline Overgrowth will not proc from attacks while the turret has backdoor protection, meaning you need minions nearby. You need your own minions nearby. That was something I was curious about. If an enemy unit is near the turret at that 90-second mark when it would become active, Crystalline Overgrowth will be suppressed and not appear. Once enemies are gone, the Overgrowth will then be applied and it will fast forward its state to make up for where it should be. This is to avoid sudden mid-push activations. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice. Demolish. Given that Overgrowth occupies a lot of the same space as Demolish in visuals, complexity, and gameplay, we felt Demolish needed to be simplified. We still want Demolish to be a satisfying and useful rune to users that already like it, and we'll keep an eye on how this feels with the Overgrowth mechanic. And make any... God, they've got two things named Overgrowth now. That's going to be a little annoying. Because you've got the fucking rune. With the Overgrowth mechanic, and make any changes as needed. Demolish trigger. Charge up a powerful attack against a tower while near it, changing to your third attack against towers deals bonus physical damage. Cooldown 45 seconds to 30 seconds, so it's not non-stop. Okay. Nice that they're lowering the cooldown, though. Melee damage, 100 plus 35% of max health to 85 plus 28% of max health. Ranged is 100 to 35 plus 35 max health to 50 plus 20% of max health. Interesting, so they're nerfing it for range pretty hard. And they're nerfing it for melee as well, but really hard for range. Game start time. We're trimming some mostly wasted time at the start of every game. And getting you into the action faster instead of just waiting around for your minions to get to work. If you're a fan of invades, don't worry. With the home guard changes pushing everyone out faster, it's still possible to invade even with this faster, earlier start time. Wish they'd just get rid of invades entirely. Minion spawn time 105 to 30 seconds. Merc Wolf, Blue Wolf, Red Bambleback, Raptor Camp spawn at 55 seconds. I guarantee that they're going to have to change jungle to 60 seconds. Because that pushes River Scuttler to 3 minutes as well, which is just much more round. Like, I don't get why they didn't aim for 60 seconds as the start of the actual match time. It just, especially if they want to keep a window for invade, that gives a slightly longer window for that, which I don't like, but it seems like Riot wants to keep anyways. So I don't see why they don't do that. Krug Romp Camp spawns at 107. That is stupid. Like, you're never paying attention to it, but it's fucking stupid for a timer. River Scuttler Camp spawn at 255. Baron Nashor reverted from 25 back to 20. I wish they kept that at 25 again. Just keep saying that, but I really wish it. Epic monster spawn times are unchanged unless noted above. Ambient gold start time 65 seconds. Is that the same or changed? You haven't specified. No, it's changed because it's after minions meet and it didn't start before minions met before. Most miscellaneous start of game systems, for example, World Atlas's first charge start 35 seconds faster. Remake eligibility 1 minute through 3 minutes to 55 seconds through 225. Really wish they'd extend the remake eligibility to a bit longer. Early surrender with AFK, although I get why they don't. I don't hate that they don't. Early surrender with AFK eligibility 330s to 255. Okay. Turrets. We have a lot of changes to turrets coming in this patch beyond the new crystalline overgrowth mechanic. The headlining feature is that all turrets except Nexus turrets now have turret plates. Honestly, instead of lowering the respawn HP of Nexus turrets, they could have just given them plates so that retaking them again gives more gold. It would have... might have been stupid OP, actually. Still would have been a better alternative, though. The headlining feature is that all turrets except Nexus turrets now have turret plates, rewarding champions for partial success when sieging the enemy base and incentivizing smaller incremental pushes over taking a whole turret down in one fell swoop. The total gold from these turrets isn't changing much as the total gold... as the total local gold has mostly been shifted into the individual turret plates themselves. As these mechanics are pervasive and live on the turret forever, we simplified several rules and removed the 3D visualizations of turret plates themselves. Instead, the segmented health bar will show how far you are from the next gold payout. We've also made various turret plate rules more apparent, improving the VFX of the short duration bulwark resist that turrets got from a plate when a plate was claimed. Does that mean tier 2s will have bulwark? Also, I don't think that they removed the 3D visual effects because of the plates. That's a thing that could have lasted and would have still looked cool. I think they're removing it because it's easier to change how turrets look if they don't have to worry about designing 3D visual effects on the new turrets. That's 100% what's happening. They just want to make turret design way easier when they change the map. We're doing a tuning pass on overall durability and damage, keeping outer turrets from scaling quite so far into the game. Making mid-game turrets take a little less risky. Making mid-game turret takes a little less risky while still allowing them to provide solid safety early on. Turret health is overall increasing a little To make room for the new crystalline overgrowth mechanic. I don't mind tankier turrets. Well, we still like several of the mechanics that turret plates afforded. Namely, that outer turrets start very durable and become squishier after laning phase winds down, and that melee champions were rewarded for incurring extra risk when attacking turrets. So those mechanics have been preserved in this new world. Bulwark resist, 20 seconds refreshing on each plate takedown, 20 seconds overlapping durations. What? Does it stack? Bulwark resist visualization updated and new effects have been added. VFX no longer disappear when champions walk out of range. Huh. Turret plates take 17% less damage from minions and ranged champions. Turrets take 20% more damage from melee champions. Okay. Updated all item tooltips to more clearly explain turret mechanics. That's... What do you mean item tooltips? I guess items that interact with turrets. Turret true sight range 1095 changed to 11. See, that's a cleanup. Tooltip updated to reflect the accurate range. That's a nice cleanup. Nice round number. Outer turrets. The primary change for outer turrets is that the health bar has been changed to make it easier to understand how durable a turret really is. Instead of gaining permanent resists each time a turret plate dropped, the health bar segments... Instead of gaining permanent resist each time a turret plate dropped, the health bar segments are simply different sizes. Which is mathematically almost identical, but makes it easier to understand a turret's true durability at a glance. Interesting. I think I understand that. Though turret plates are now permanent, we like that outer turret durability changes over game time, becoming frailer as the game progresses, so its resistances and value drop in the mid-game, rewarding players who can press their lead early on, but still leaving a moderate amount of gold for those who never had early pressure. So are they reducing gold value? Nearby players are now rewarded a share of 300 gold for destroying first turret of the game. That's just turret bounty. Plates are now permanent instead of falling off at 14 minutes. Resists set armor magic resist to 40 at 14 minutes. Loses 15 armor magic resist per minute starting at minute 11, capped at minus 60. Interesting. This is just outer turrets though. Plate gold. Turret plates drop at 14 minutes, awarding no further gold. Plate value reduces by 10 gold per minute. 11, capped at negative 40. What? It can give... How does it give negative gold? Does it take gold away from you? Or is it just 40 less... Like, it stacks the reducing of 10 stacks 4 times. I'm assuming it's the latter. Plate thresholds 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% to 10, 25, 45, 70, 100% missing HP. No longer gains 50% permanent resist per dead plates. In-world turret plate models have been removed. They now only show as health bar segments. They will allow for prettier turrets on different maps though. Base resist 15 to 60, base HP 5,000 to 9,000. That's a big difference. Maximum bonus AD, 192 at 16 minutes to 168 at 14 minutes. Local gold, 250 to 0. Turret plate gold, 125 to 120. Maximum local gold. Maximum local gold, 875 to 600. Minimum local gold, 250 to 400. Alright, so it is just the negative 10 stacks 10 times. Or the minus 10 stacks, not 10 times, stacks 4 times. Okay, so this plate value reduces by 10 gold, stacks up to 4 times. Interesting. Inner and inhibitor turrets. As mentioned above, T2 and T3 turrets are receiving turret plates in order to reward partial progress, now crashing at minion wave and dealing a couple thousand damage will pay you for pushing up and incurring that risk. Combined with more durable epic monsters, this should meaningfully push champions to care more about pushing up and progressing towards destroying the enemy base. The rest of the math here is simply a consistency pass that sets all turrets to 60 armor magic resist in order to make it easier to read each health bar. We're also removing some of their late game stat scaling to make sure pushing them remains a strong option. New turret plates claimed at 10, 25, 45, 70, and 100% missing HP. Inner turret local gold 425 to 6 and 675 to 600 spread across 5 plates. So both will give 600. Interesting. Inner turret health 4,000 to 5,000. Inner turret. I guess they're both called inner turrets in this instance. Inner turret resistance is 55 to 60. Inner turrets no longer gain up to 15% armor. Magic resist at 16 to 30 minutes. Didn't know about that. Inhibitor turret local gold 375 to 600 spread across 5 plates. Oh no, it is separate. Okay, never mind. I'm just confused. Oh, that's mid lane. That was the 425 was a mid lane tier 2. Okay. God, I can't remember shit. So inhibitor tower is giving a lot more gold. So that's the 600 as well. Inhibitor turret regen thresholds 33%, 66% HP to 30 and 75%. Inhibitor turret health 3500 to 4750. Inhibitor turret resistance 70 down to 60. Nexus turrets. Nexus turrets are a special case due to their unique location far inside the base, as they already have partial kill rewards due to their health regeneration mechanics. We're not doing much on the durability front. However, we are leaving them weaker on respawn so that it's never an optimization to leave the turret at low health instead of actually destroying it. The respawning turrets are valuable in order to let a defending team eventually leave their base, but it shouldn't ever be wrong to kill them. Turret plates claimed at... Wait, so they have plates as well? Didn't you just say they weren't getting plates? Yeah. What? This is a fucking fucked up typo. Nexus turret health 3,000 to 3,500. Nexus turret resist 70 to 60. Nexus turret HP on respawn 100% to 40%. 6 HP per second Nexus turret regen. 33% to 66% to 40% to 70%. Added a separate added a separate tower item for Nexus turrets to show that they respawn. Oh, when they say item, they're referring to the buffs. That's confusing. Minions. In order to create more windows for successful pushing, we're increasing the rate of minions wave spawns in mid and late game. In order to not balloon the amount of golden experience given by these more frequent waves, we're pruning the occasional melee minion out of the mid game and overall reducing the value of super minions and cannon minions. We've also made cannon minions slightly stronger by increasing their attack damage over game time and clarifying that there are some special rules for them in particular. We've also cleaned up some experience calculations under the hood to make it easier to see how much value you're getting out of each minion. Early game breakpoints haven't changed here, but overall experience income is slightly higher and gold income is slightly lower than last season. Interesting. At 14 minutes, minion waves now spawn every 25 seconds. When a cannon minion spawns on these waves, one fewer melee minion spawns. At 30 minutes, minion waves now spawn every 20 seconds. One fewer caster minion spawns on these waves. Minion to turret damage 55% to 60%. Base movement speed 325 to 350. God, they're going to be fast little fuckers. First cannon minion wave, wave 4 to wave 3. So they're moving first cannon wave back to wave 3. That's nice. Cannon AD 39 plus 1.5 every 90 seconds to 39 plus 1.5 every 90 seconds, then plus 4 every 90 seconds at wave 15. Oh god, who's counting to wave 15? Super Minion base AD 210 to 180, experience share 95.62. I'm not going to read all that, to 165. 43, 32, 26, 21. I thought they said... No, EXP is going up, gold's going down. That's right. Melee minion EXP. What do you mean EXP share? Is that like how much it's sharing? I don't understand. Melee minion XP, 65 to 62. What? What? Ranged minion, melee minion gold 21 to 20. Ranged minion XP 32. What the fuck am I looking at? To 31. Cannon super minion 100 to 75. What? They did not spell this out enough to make sense. What the fuck is happening? 32 to 31, 100 to 75, Cannon Super Minion Gold, 60 plus 3 every 90 seconds, to 50 plus 1 every 90 seconds. God damn. Cannon Minion damage to turrets, 82.5% to 84%. Cannon Minion item updated to show its special rules for attacking turrets. Champions. Now we get to the fucking... almost end of it. What the fuck? Why are these not in order? ADC's first, I guess. Or Cassiopeia first. Why are these not in alphabetical order? Confusing. With every champion's base crit damage being increased back to 200% this season. We're making some preemptive balance changes to those who currently get at least 25% crit chance in their average game. We want to move many of these champions towards auto attack scaling via their new and improved crit damage and away from ability scaling in order to make these ADCs shine as true auto attack carries and less like mages. This means we've usually nerfed ability damage through the AD ratio and or crit scaling ratio as compensation for the impending increase in auto attack damage. When handling critical strike damage in general, we're pushing every ability to scale as a portion of the bonus critical strike damage, which we feel most consistently preserves the value of critical strikes. What? For abilities that are very close to basic attacks and functionality, we tried to preserve a high crit damage ratio, and the more spell-like ability, the less it needs to scale with crit. Yes. While Cassiopeia's no boots passive is very thematic, in addition to the addition of more boot-based systems over the years, like role quest rewards, has made it feel like a punishment at times instead of a boon. We think it's important for Cassio to have the opportunity to engage with these new systems, so we're reworking the passive into a new movement-based effect. We've also wanted to do Subin a solid. What the fuck? That's gotta be a name. It's a proper noun. Base movement speed 328 to 335. Serpentine Grace, her passive, is getting reworked to remove the gain 4 to 72 movement speed based on level, but she cannot purchase boots. Instead changes to increased effectiveness of all movement speed buffs by 6 to 40% based on level. Samira. We like that Samira's R and Q are almost direct auto attack replacements and want to preserve as much of their crit damage as possible. They honestly need to make both trigger on hits as well. That would be really cool. However, with the value of crit going up, the value of AD must then go down. Q non-crit damage. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to 0, 5, 10, 15, 20. And then they changed the ratio to 110% total AD from a rank up scaling. So it's going to break even with the rank 3 tier for scaling. Critical strike damage. Q critical strike damage 1.25 to 1.65 with IE. 50% of bonus crit damage. Change to 50% of bonus crit damage. 1.5 to 1.65 with IE. %50 of bonus crit damage. Oh, okay. I think. Oh, it's not really written very well. R Inferno trigger. R non-crit damage 5, 15, 25 plus 45% total AD to 20, 40, 60 plus 30% total AD. So base is up, ratio's down. R critical damage 1.75 to 215 with IE to 100% bonus crit damage to 2/2.3 times with IE. Do not understand what's happening with that second part. Aphelios has a lot of intricacies, and some of his abilities try to behave exactly like basic attacks. With that in mind, we're converting Severum's active to total attack damage in line with similar abilities and generally lowering the base AD ratios of several abilities that already scale well due to firing off basic attacks that can crit as part of their cast. Calibrum. Bonus damage per mark. 15 plus 20% bonus AD to 15 plus 10% bonus AD. Severum onslaught damage per hit. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, plus 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, 37. What the fuck? 40% bonus AD. Change to 19, 22, 26, 29, 33, 36, 40% total AD. Why the fuck are there so many rank ups in there? Still critically strikes for 100% crit damage. Changed from 175 to 215 to 2 slash 2.3. So that 2 to 2.3 is now standard crit plus Infinity Edge. They must have reduced how much Infinity Edge gives from 40 to 30. Infernum, Duskwave active. Being reduced by interesting. So the base damage starts a little lower and gets a lot higher. And then the scaling goes way the fuck down. Holy fuck. Follow-up attacks still critically strikes for 100% crit damage. Crescendum. I'm honestly not going to read this many fucking numbers in a row. I'm not a calculator or a spreadsheet. But the gist of it is the scaling is going down at all points. Base damage is staying the same. Still critically strikes for 100% crit damage. And then the R, follow-up attack critical damage. 1.2 to 1.6 with IE. 30% of bonus critical strike damage. 1.3 to 1.39 with IE. Caitlyn's top-end headshot damage has gotten out of hand, and with the value of critical strikes going up, it's about to get even stronger. So we're taking a heavy swing to headshots top end. We're also making her R scale with Infinity Edge, as it already scales with critical strike chance, but we're reducing its damage to make room for her stronger basic attacks. Passive headshot, crit scaling. 0 to 148.75 slash 182.75 total AD to 100% bonus crit damage. They do not want her billing lethality at all. Holy fuck. I think I'm a little confused. To 0 to 100 to 130% total AD. God, they need to spell this shit out more. Crit scaling, they normally do a better job at this. Crit scaling up to 1.5 times to 30% of bonus critical strike damage. Up to 1.3 to 1.39 with IE. So 30% of bonus critical strike damage is 1.3. I think I understand what's happening there. Jack. 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 Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Tristana's E is one of the sharpest scaling abilities in the game, that's for fucking sure. And considering her late game is already poised to be great with a strong attack speed, steroid, long range, and lots of crit damage, we think the top end of her E can stand to go down a few pegs. Definitely more than a few. It's a fucking ridiculous ability. Non-crit damage. 60, so scaling is going down a lot. Holy shit. Base damage is going up. $15 goes up 15. Then 30. So base damage goes up 0, then 15 plus 15 each rank, and then the scaling is being dropped from 100 to 110 to 120 to 130 to 140 to just 80% bonus AD. Crit scaling 100% up to 175 to 215 with IE. To 40% of critical strike damage. 140 to 152 with IE. Infinity Edge. Neela is in an interesting place where her Q didn't scale with Infinity Edge, so unlocking that avenue marks a small power increase on top of her basic attacks getting better. So we sought to find other ways to slightly lower her late game scaling as compensation. We've got attack speed growth is dropping from 2.25% to 2%. That's unfortunate. Formless Blade Q. Active damage is dropping. Whoa, it is not just dropping. Going from 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to 0, 10, 20, 30, 40. And then the scaling is going from 90, 95, 100, 105, 110 to 100 total AD. Interesting. Crit scaling up to 2 times. So it was already at 2x. What the fuck? To 80% of bonus crit damage. And then also working with the Infinity Edge now, finally. Armor penetration crit scaling going from 0 to 33% to 0 to 30%. And then mana cost on her ult is going up from 80 to 100. I didn't realize her ult costs less than 100 mana. That's weird. Yes, it doesn't anymore. Jinx. We like the overall shape of how Jinx functions and generally want to preserve the value of her minigun's high attack speed. So we're making sure her two stances are more distinguished from one another and generally lowering a bit of spell damage to keep her attack focused. That's a good thing. Although they're not doing it in a way that I would prefer. Attack speed growth going from 1.4% to 1%. Super Mega Death Rocket is losing flat damage again. And some scaling, jeez. Going from 250, 400, 550 to 200, 350, 500, and then dropping from 130% bonus AD to 120% bonus AD. Jin won't behave any differently next season, as we want to avoid letting his guaranteed crit fourth shot do too much damage. Okay, multiplicative crit damage mod from 86 to 75%, 1.505x to 1.5. No fucking clue what that means. I don't play enough Gen. Sivir. As Sivir is going to gain a lot of power from stronger ricochet crits, we're reducing her Q scaling. That's totally fine. I care more about her W than her Q. Damage. Base damage is staying the same. Bonus AD scaling is dropping from 85% to 70%. And then crit scaling is going down from up to 1.5 times to 40%, 1.4 to 1.52 with IE. Zeri. We're updating Zeri's E to crit exactly as a basic attack would. Which means retuning some of her abilities to make room for that power. Some of her abilities to make... Okay. So W... 30, 70, 110, 150, 190. Oh, the base is staying the same. The ratio is dropping from 130 to 120. Through wall damage. 175 to 215 with IE to 75% of bonus critical strike damage to 175 to 1975. So it's losing a little bit. What? Weird. Tooltip now shows the enhanced damage. Damage now cosmetically critically strikes its target when shot through a wall. E Spark Surge. Damage. Base damage is going from 20, 22, 24, 26 to 28 to 17, 19, 21, 23, 25. And then scaling is going from 12 to 10. Crit scaling goes up to 1.85 every hit to 100% bonus crit on crit. What? Up to... I don't follow. Okay. R, Lightning Crash. Active damage, 200, 300, 400 to 100% bonus AD. To 150, 250, 350. So base damage is going down 50 at all. Lucian. Lucian's builds are pretty sensible, and as a spell-focused ADC, we want to make sure his spell scaling is good. We're updating his R to fire even more bullets with crit damage, which will make crit scale his ult just as well as it scales his basic attacks. Considering he's already got extremely strong AD scaling and we want to make sure that Navori Flicker Blades feels good, we're bringing down some of his Q's AD scaling. Attack damage growth from 2.9 to 2.5, attack speed growth from 3.3 to 2.5. Piercing Light. Damage 85%, 115, 145, 175, 205, 280, 115, 150, 185, 220. And then 100%, and then they're changing the ratio from scaling with rank to just 100% bonus AD. R damage, or R the culling. R extra bolts from crit chance up to 25 to 100% of bonus crit damage, so up to 22 to 28. So Infinity Edge will increase the amount. 100% of bonus crit damage. What? Huh. Total R bolts 22 to 47 based on critical strike chance, changing to 22 to 44/50 based on critical strike chance and damage. Infinity Edge now scales his ult. That's interesting. Xayah. We're updating Xayah's E to care about crit damage and adjusting her E's overall damage profile to be more reliable and less snowball-y. Interesting. Not the feel I got from hearing about it. They're changing the base damage to be 50, 65, 80, 95, 110, plus 40%. And they're reducing the scaling from 60% bonus AD to 40% bonus AD. So the base AD is going to do less in early and more in late. Crit scaling up to 75% to up to 50% bonus crit damage. Bonus crit damage. Alright, I'll be right back. Draven. Draven is very auto attack focused and averages about 2 crit items per game. So he's also in need of some compensation. Considering he's gaining direct auto attack DPS, we're trying to compensate him directly on the same axis. AD growth is dropping from 3.6 to 3, and his W attack speed steroid is going from 30 35 is dropping from by 10 at all ranks. Yunara has a crit build and an on-hit build, but even her on-hit build almost always picks up Hurricane, so she's getting stronger no matter what she does next season. We're looking for nerfs that will skew more towards low attack speed, high AD crit builds, as they'll be more directly buffed by the global crit damage increase. Cultivation of Spirit. Attack speed is dropping by 5% at all ranks, and then RW Arc of Ruin going from 175, 350 to 525 down to 160, 320, 480. Then the scaling is dropping from 150% bonus AD to 120% bonus AD. Akshan. Akshan's abilities currently scale crit in 3 different ways, and we're making that more consistent here. His passive auto, being functionally a true basic attack, will crit for 100% value. Meanwhile, the crit scaling on E and R are going down as compensation. We're also doing some discretionary adjustments to allow Q max and E max to perform at similar levels of power by adjusting their rank up incentives. So passive dirty fighting is having its crit scaling changed to 100%. That's nice, especially if you like the crit builds, which he does. Fixed a bug where the second shot could bypass blind if it didn't crit. What? That's kind of funny. Q is having its ratio changed from 80% total AD to 70% bonus AD, and the base is being changed from 5, 25, 45, 65, 85 to 45, 75, 105, 135, 165. Heroic swing. Interesting. Heroic swing is having its base from 15, 30, 45, 60, 75 to 8, 16, 25, 32, 40. And then 15% total AD to 25% total AD. So the scaling is going up while the base is going down. Crit scaling, 50% of bonus crit damage. So 1.575 to 1.5 and 1.935 to 1.65. Clarify the damage scales with attack speed and tooltip. Good to know. R comeuppance. Crit scaling going to 30% of bonus crit damage. So 1.5 to 1.3 and 1.7 to 1.42 with Infinity Edge. Gangplank. Gangplank is one of two champions alongside Smolder, who we think is going to gain extra power due to Essence Reaver once again building from Sheen. We expect him to perform much better with his increased critical strike damage, so we're pulling out many of the unique crit scalers that have been added over the years and delivering an extra hit to his E on top. Damage. They are just straight up removing the crit scaling on his passive. And then E is... The base is going from 75, 105, 135, 165, 195 to 75, 95, 115, 135, 155. Timer no longer reduces to 0.25 seconds at level 19. Level 19. Oh, that must have been a fucking top lane thing. That's funny. No longer deals 5% more damage on critical strike. Interesting. Then we've got Yone. They're just reducing his crit from 100% down to 10% reduced. Yone won't be much different this year, considering he doubles how much critical strike damage he gets from each item. He just isn't allowed to crit for full damage again. And that's the same for Yasuo as well. They're actually going to be roughly the same damage as what they were this year, despite technically doing, because of the differences. They'll actually be a little bit stronger without Infinity Edge. That's funny. And then it's the exact same changes for Yasuo. Yasuo won't be much different this year, considering he doubles how much critical strike chance he gets from each item. He just isn't allowed to crit for full damage. Misfortune. Misfortune tends to build quite a lot of critical strike chance, and we'd like it to stay that way, but she just can't be directly buffed, so we're here to compensate some of that value by softening her crit Q mod. For her R, we want to make sure that the critical strikes feel like they have some impact, so we're increasing the crit mod slightly. God damn it, why? But in order to not push her scaling too hard, have compensated that with a new base damage and lower AD ratio. Ew. Why? Alright. Active critical damage on Q. 50% of bonus crit damage. So Q's getting hit pretty hard. That's good. R bullet time. Damage 80% total AD plus 25% AP to 20, 30, 40 plus 60% total AD and 25% AP. Crit scaling is going 1.2 to 1.3 and 1.28 to 1.39 with Infinity Edge. Tryndamere is getting some real gameplay updates with this patch. Ew. I already know about these and I'm not looking forward to them. And some very real nerfs due to... never mind, I like the nerfs. Forgot about that. And some very real nerfs due to how much critical strike chance he normally has. To weaken how incredible his early game all-ins can be with 200% crit damage. We're nerfing his early bonus AD from Q and nerfing his early E as well. However, he's also getting some new tools. First, his Q now gives full value at 10% remaining health. Meaning he can get the full bonus attack damage during his ultimate, and it no longer has a disincentive for ranking up. Second, his W will now slow enemies anytime they are running away from Tryndamere, regardless of where they are looking when he casts it. What? Oh, so you just can't run away from him. Weird. Second, his W will now... away from Tryndamere regardless of where they were looking when he cast it. We expect a substantial increase in reliability is a big buff, so we've preemptively nerfed the slow itself. Though the slow duration is going down, the AD reduction is still the full 4 seconds regardless of facing. Q Bloodlust. Attack damage is losing all of its base increase and going to 0.2, 0.35, 0.5, 0.65, and 0.8% missing HP. Maximum bonus AD at 0% remaining HP goes to at 10% remaining HP. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Clarified the Perfury and maximum heal in Q's tooltip. That's good. Mocking Shout. W. No longer slows enemies who are facing away when cast for 4 seconds. Now slows any enemy while they're facing away from Tryndamere during the 2.5 second debuff. Slow is going from 30, 37, 45, 52, 60 to 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Enemy attack damage is still reduced by 4. We're still reduced by 4 seconds. God damn it, that is a typo. E spinning slash. Interesting. Base damage is going from 75, 105, 135, 165, 195 to 70, 105, 140, 175, and 210. So base damage starts lower and then gets higher. And then scaling ratio is going from 130 bonus AD to 100% bonus AD. So that's being lowered pretty strongly. That's good. Twitch. Twitch's late game team deletion with 200% crit will probably be too fast, so we're targeting some general late game DPS nerfs. Base stats. Attack speed growth going from 3.38% to 3%. Attack damage growth going from 3.1 to 3. Ambush. Bonus attack speed going down by 5% at all ranks. Ashe. Ashe is already quite attack reliant and pretty balanced, but considering she buys about 1.5 crit items per game, we're lowering her late game a little to make room for the increased damage coming her way. Attack speed growth going from 3.33% to 3%. Attack damage growth going from 3.45 to 3 flat. Passive frost shot. Crit scaling 100%. Staying at 100%. So going up to the 2 and 2.3 with Infinity Edge. Volley. Damage is... Base damage is staying the same. Scaling is going from 110 to 100% bonus AD. Smolder. Smolder-like gameplay stands to gain a lot of power from Essence Reaver's changes in this patch, so we're taking a swing at how strongly his Q scales with critical strike purchases. Q scales... Super Scorcher Breath Q. Crit scaling is going from 100% to 50% of... Or up to 100% to 50% bonus crit damage. Also affects passive Q stacks. Kindred. Kindred's E mechanics are rather confusing and they build several critical strike items already. We're updating the E to be much easier to understand and reducing the numbers. We're also modernizing the E's monster cap to allow for more damage when building AD and ranking up the ability. E mounting dread. Are we maybe going to see an E max too? E max second. Missing health crit going from 1.5 and 1.9 with IE to 1.5 and 1.65. What? Bonus crit chance of your damage. So it's just always going to do extra damage if she has crit items, but the amount of extra damage is going to be less. Especially if she has IE. I don't hate that. I actually like that a lot. A lot less complicated. That's nice. Pounce damage. Going from 100% from the original 100% to 50% of bonus crit. Always. So yeah, they'll always crit now if she has crit. Interesting. Monster damage cap. Or they'll always do the bonus damage based on how much crit she has at least. Monster damage cap. 300 including base damage and bonus AD ratio. Change to 200 to only the percent HP portion. Oh, okay. This is a buff in almost all scenarios. To only the... Interesting. Corki. God, the list goes on. Okay, I want to get to the items badly. Corki isn't particularly strong at the moment, so while this is a nerf on paper, we expect Corki to be overall stronger at the start of the season. The nerf is aimed at weakening his ability to crush a minion wave right before a recall. Valkyrie is getting its base damage nerfed by 10 at all points. 10 at all ranks. Shaco. When Shaco crits during a backstab or a deceive, everything crits along with it for his full crit damage. So his top end can be very, very high. We like that he builds for crit sometimes and want to let as many of these tools inherit the newer high base crit damage, but also want to modernize his other scalings to respect crit damage mods more consistently and generally preserve the total power level of Shaco builds that don't buy any critical strike chance. So his ratio on backstab damage is going down 5%. And his crit modifier is going up to the new 100%. Then we've got Q Deceive. Backstab modifier is going to 60%. So it's a bonus, a buff without IE and a nerf with IE. Backstab on crit is going to the new 100%. Graves. The functional result of these Graves changes should be almost nothing. He'll deal about 1% more damage with basic attacks when critically striking.
Look, democracy is important.
Base stats. Crit damage. 45% of bonus to 35% of bonus.
I was going to say, so a few other things might tell me to go fuck myself. I was going to talk with Landon about the
Total damage on crit going from 250 to 357 to 252 to 360% total AD.
There's in the crafting magic item section. They were way too big.
Quinn. As Quinn builds a decent amount of crit and that crit manifests in stronger autos and more passive procs, we're compensation nerfing those same auto-reliant passive procs. So this one's a pretty significant change to the numbers, but not actually that significant to the actual output. So they're changing the base from 10 to 95 to 15 to 120, and then changing the scaling from 16 to 50% total AD to 40% bonus AD. Senna. Like Jin, Yasuo, and Yon, Senna's guaranteed critical strikes cannot sustain a 2 times modifier, so we're lowering her base crit damage down to a value similar to last year. So she's losing 10%. Garen. Critical strike chance on Garen is pretty good since both his basic attacks and judgment are improved by it.
Yeah, just do like the hard low in one.
We want to continue to make space for non-crit Garen builds, so we're compensating the global critical strike damage increase and updating the calculation to properly discount bonus crit damage. So going from 80% of total to 30% of bonus.
Actually, something you need to wield a hammer.
That's a pretty big nerf. I like that. Really nerfs the IE builds. Rengar. Rengar is getting a heavy rescript. This is mostly intended to maintain current functionality and feel while addressing bugs and tech debt. The list of bugs is too long to add here, so it'll be added to the bug section. God, he's going to take up most of the bug section. Alongside the crit changes, we're looking to make Rengar's Q work more intuitively by letting the underlying attack itself roll for critical strikes, and if so, deal bonus damage based on his total AD. This removes an optimization around rushing Infinity Edge to enhance the old forced crit mechanic, and also makes him not immediately lose 30% of his damage if his opponent builds Randuin's Omen. We'll keep an eye on lethality versus crit Rengar and how it performs next season, as we suspect Essence will be a big deal on him. All abilities rescripted. Does Rengar have mana? I think he does. Does he? I actually can't remember. Q is now consumed on plants. That's an interesting nerf. Q no longer always considered a critical strike. Q no longer deals up to 101.25% total AD bonus damage based on crit chance and damage. Q now deals 100 to 130% total AD bonus damage if Rengar crits the attack. Viego buys a decent amount of crit chance, and we want to make sure those crits allow him to play out a consistent auto attack pattern. So the larger nerfs are to the active damage on the Q and R.
I stuck the landing with all 3 of my grenades. And it is going to be a drop in the hat.
Q, Blade of the Ruin King, percent current HP crit scale and 100% of total. To 50% of bonus. Interesting. Second strike crit scaling, 100% of total to 100% of bonus. Active crit mod, 100% of total to 50% of bonus.
There's so many bugs, and I do not have bug weapons. I have big board gun.
Active crit mod.
Oh.
Wasn't it already at 75? It was. That's a typo. R Heartbreaker. Crit scaling up to 2 times 70% of bonus. Pretty large nerf. Elise. Elise is in a silly spot where ability power quickly fails to scale her damage against monsters after the mid-game. We're delivering a change that will be a slight buff on average, but is primarily meant to let her damage scale up with AP like it would for anyone else. Q Neurotoxin. Venomous Bite. Q monster damage cap. Base is going down, but adding a scaling. Monster damage to maximum damage to monsters. God, even Riot's getting tired of writing this out. You can tell. Base is going down, but adding a 90% scaling. Jax. Now that the top lane quest can raise champion levels to 20, we're looking for any champions who intermittently scale their passives and giving them another breakpoint if they deserve one. Jax is one such champion who's gaining a bit more attack speed at level 19. Now gains an additional 1.5% attack speed per stack at level 19. Omnivamp. As we add Omnivamp items back into the game, we've discovered a few ways which the previously reworked Omnivamp stat isn't doing its job well enough. We're updating it here to function fully as lifesteal and for it to serve its purpose correctly when used against minions. Here to function fully as... Omnivamp now applies at 100% value, reduced to 33% value from pets, damage over time, damage, and area of effect spells against minions. Okay. Doran's Blade. Now that Omnivamp covers the needs of Doran's Blade as a laning item, we're adding it back into the item in place of the life-draining passive. Jack of all trades, enjoyers, rejoice. Removed life-draining passive, added 2.5% Omnivamp. New items. Fucking finally. I'm so sad about these changes. Ability haste increase is nice though. Alrighty, new items. For this season start, we took a look at itemization across all of League's classes and subclasses and made at least one item for each class. Focusing on subclasses that have less existing itemization support to make them to make sure that every subclass has a healthy number of satisfying items for champions to buy. There's also a few returning items from the past, and a number of changes to existing items to refresh and improve the item system as a whole. Dusk and Dawn. This is the AP Bruiser Spellblade. Most AP fighters have incentives in their kit to auto-attack, but they have very little access to items that actually support that pattern, since Lichbane and Nashor's Sooth don't offer defensive stats that this subclass often needs. Dusk and Dawn offers a Sheen pattern that doubles on hits to help champions in this space live their dreams of sustained combat with lots of additional on hits to enhance whatever their kit is already doing. Build path is Sheen, Blasting 1, Kindle Gem, Dagger, and 300 gold. Total gold cost is 3,100. Honestly, I'm not going to read the base stats. Too much. It's not like they're changing anything. After using an ability, your next attack deals 100% base AD plus 10% AP bonus magic damage on hit and applies on hit effects an additional time. Fiend Hunter Bolts. When marksmen look at Zeal items, we want them to have different options to choose from that are good in different situations or good for particular champions. Fiend Hunter Bolts allows for a concentrated moment of power after casting an ultimate, which is particularly exciting for the marksmen that already have a pattern like Twitch, Zeri, or Yunara. Some others might like the ultimate haste this item offers, or just want to be able to get immediate combat value after ulting. Jack, come on, bud. No. Couch. Okay. Night Vigil. Gain 30 ultimate haste. Opening Barrage. 45-second cooldown. After casting your ultimate... Couch. Come on, couch. Couch. Come on. Good boy. After casting your ultimate, your next three basic attacks within 8 seconds gain 50% attack speed and critically strike for 75% of your normal critical strike damage. If an attack would already critical strike, it deals normal critical strike damage and also deals 10% bonus true damage. That's going to be a scary item. Endless Hunger. Since the removal of Goredrinker and the removal of Omnivamp on Eclipse, AD caster fighters have had little to no access to sustain via the item system. Endless Hunger is a heavy AD scaling item that rewards building high amounts of AD and can lead to some awesome pop-offs in teamfights if you get a takedown and keep casting through the enemy team. So this one, Tenacity, Omnivamp, Famine. Gain 5 plus 10% bonus AD ability haste when a champion that you damaged within 3 seconds dies. Gain 15% Omnivamp for 8 seconds. That is really nice. Honestly, I think I like the Tenacity. I would have liked HP more, but the Tenacity's... The Tenacity is nice, but it's a little situational. Bastion Breaker. Most AD assassins aren't particularly good at ending games, even when they are capable of getting lots of kills. This can lead to pretty frustrating situations where assassins feel like players don't have the tools they need to complete the game. And the players on the receiving end get continuously killed and stay trapped in a game where they can't survive. Bastion Breaker gives AD assassins a new luxury item that can help them close out games by giving them large amounts of damage to epic monsters and turrets, as long as they're building lots of lethality and can kill some takedowns. That is a phrase that they said. Shaped Charge. Dealing ability damage to a champion or epic monsters. Epic monster deals an additional 30 plus 150% lethality true damage.
Oh, of course, yep. And I'm getting ready to get
Sabotage.
and I can do nothing about that thing. And I just need to beat myself fire now.
Taking down a champion within 3 seconds of damaging them grants Sabotage for 90 seconds. While you have Sabotage, your next attack against an epic monster or turret deals an additional 300 plus 2500% lethality true damage over 3 seconds. Actualizer. It's been a while, but we've got a new active item. This one is made to support mana stacking builds to create more builds where mana isn't just a limitation, but instead make it so that it can be an advantage to have large amounts of mana available to you. Activating Actualizer significantly increases your mana costs in exchange for lower cooldowns and more ability damage, healing and shielding for a short duration. So get your mana items ready for a very powerful pop-off moment. Build power, build path, Lost Chapter, Blasting Wand, plus 1050 gold. Ability haste is only 10. What the fuck? Ability power is alright. Active. Mana made real. 60-second cooldown. For 8 seconds, your mana is empowered. While empowered, your spells cost 100% more mana, so double mana. You gain 15 plus 0.005% bonus mana. Percent increased ability damage, healing, and shielding, and your basic ability cooldowns progress 30% faster. Interesting. Your ult will fuck you with mana, though, with that. Hex Optics C44. We've always wanted to support more diversity in crit marksman builds after the first item, so Hex Optics C44 is here to add an additional option for those looking to opt into big teamfight outputs. If you can get one takedown, you can get some extra range to help you secure more kills, and on top of that, you also get some bonus damage scaling based on how well you can space your opponents. Magnification. Deal up to 10% increased damage with attacks based on how far away the enemy is. Max damage at 750 range. Arcane Aim. When a champion that you damage within 3 seconds dies, gain 100% additional attack range for 6 seconds. Bandle Pipes. Tank supports don't have very many items, and the ones they do have generally focus on helping them roam or protect allies. We wanted to go a different direction this time, instead giving them a team-wide attack speed aura that can keep up. You can keep up in fights as long as you're able to frequently apply crowd control to your enemies. Fanfare. Slowing or immobilizing an enemy champion grants fanfare for 8 for melee, 8 seconds for melee, and 4 seconds for range. Fanfare grants 20 movement speed. While you have fanfare, nearby allies, including yourself, gain 30% if you're melee and 20% if you're ranged attack speed. That item is going to get co-opted so fucking much. Protoplasm Harness. Tanks have lots of tools to make them more durable in different ways, but Protoplasm Harness offers them a lifeline item that has some move speed and tenacity to enable a choice. Do you want to keep going forward, or do you want to try to leave the fight? If you're tanky enough to survive, you can even get the full benefits of the healing over time this item grants, which scales with your armor and magic resist to make sure it slots well into resistance building tank builds. Lifeline. Taking damage that would reduce your health below 30% causes you to gain 200 max health for 5 seconds, then heal 200 to 400, level scaling, plus 250% and 200 armor and 250% magic resist health over the duration. While regenerating health, you gain 15% increased size, 10% movement speed, and 25% tenacity. 15% ability, or 15 ability haste. That is a funky item. Whispering Circlet Diadem of Songs. This is the new tier item for enchanters. This is a 2-item pair for enchanters, a new evolving tier item.
Are you serious? I just never grabbed this.
Some enchanters really like mana, and some even step into the mage system to get it.
Yeah. And also,
So we're going to offer a new item that allows them to get flat mana from the enchanter system, but also scales well with additional mana purchases if anyone does want to get into a heal-based mana stacking build. No ability haste. That's an interesting choice. Harmony. Gain 0.005% bonus mana, heal, and shield power. Mana flow. Landing abilities grants 4 max mana. Oh, that's just the charge shit. Base mana regeneration goes up.
No, the ultimatum comes with several warnings.
Mana obviously goes up. What?
So don't worry. Ow. There has been quite a few warnings.
Consonants.
About safe usage of the ultimatum.
While you or any ally you've healed or shielded within in the last 3 seconds is in combat with champions, each second heal the lowest health nearby ally.
okay. Cool.
Lowest health nearby ally champion for 0.008 bonus mana. Interesting. Returning items. Hextech Gunblade. Gunblade is one of the most requested removed items, as well as a popular item in alternate game modes. Despite a relatively limited champion user pool. We think that we can control some of the negative gameplay of this item with tuning. Briar's going to use the shit out of this item. Especially on the amount of Omnivamp granted on the frequency with which users can apply the powerful active. So we think this is safe to add back in. No, it's not.
Admittedly, you get almost nothing for it. Like an extra 200 XP, basically.
Lightning bolts.
Like, you don't kill the High Lord because you get anything significant for it. Kill the High Lord.
60-second cooldown. Shock the enemy target champion, dealing 175 to 253, plus 30% ability power, magic damage, and slowing them for by 25% for 1.5 seconds.
And pretty decent loadouts to kill a High Lord. Usually a lot of the Patriots.
Stormrazor complements our efforts at increasing the variety of items available to Critical Strike using champions. Providing another energized effect in that system, Stormrazor will be our second attack damage, attack speed, Critical Strike option in the ecosystem, lowering the degree to which Critical Strike build paths funnel through Yuntal wild arrows. Thank God they're doing that instead of nerfing Yuntal.
The amount of little buddies I deployed.
Let's see. I wish it gave more attack speed, though. Energized. And then bolts. Your energized attacks apply 100 bonus magic damage and grant 45% move speed for 1.5 seconds. The dual resistance version of updated items. The dual resistance version of Unending Despair was intended to slot well into health stacking builds in the second or third slot, but it ended up being so generically useful that it overrode the choice structure in top and jungle tank builds regardless of what their first item was.
It actually gives something else.
We're returning it to armor only, but this version has a bit more ability haste in order to differentiate.
Very.
Didn't it already have 15?
Fuck is it? Ah, there it is.
In order to differentiate it from other armor plus health items in the tank system. Its healing's going to be nerfed too much to be relevant. Armor's going to 50, magic resist to 0, ability haste to 15. Aegis of the Legion. Without Unending Despair, Aegis as an epic item doesn't build into anything and doesn't have any items that it makes sense to build into. As such, it's being removed. Yes, it does. Remove the ability haste and add it to fucking Jack Show. Horizon Focus. Horizon Focus is bounced around between an artillery mage item and a crowd control synergy item and a control mage item over the past few years. We're going back to the artillery mage version since that was high fantasy and exciting for that subclass. I hate this choice. Whereas the other versions have been mostly functional but not particularly interesting for the other subclasses this item has supported. I hate this. I was actually using it, and now I can't use it anymore. Sundered Sky. This one's getting nerfed, unfortunately. With base critical strike damage going up, Sundered Sky needed to be retuned, and we also believe it's a bit too generically powerful as it is now. So we're doing some adjustments that should be overall slightly powered down and make the item a little bit less generically appealing to help let other fighter items shine in the system. Attack damage is going from 40 to 45. Light Shield Strike. Critical strike damage decreased from 100% to 80%. Light Shield Strike cooldown is 8 seconds to 10 seconds. That is some massive fucking nerfs. Luden's Companion. Guns are cool, but so are stabs. We're bringing this back to the old name. But it still has the gun picture. The fuck? Oh, they're changing the icon. Okay. I don't... Why? Whatever. Echoes of Healy. Echoes of Healy was intended to help fill the space between Enchanter and Mage system, but it ended up being a bit too far towards the Enchanter space and didn't quite fill that space. We're making it more synergistic with Mage items and more accessible by making it less necessary to be spamming both heals and shields and damage effects, which made it unnecessarily narrow. Soul Siphon. Gain 35% of pre-mitigation damage dealt to champions as soul charges up to 80 to 250 charges based on level. Healing or shielding an ally consumes all soul charges to restore 100% of that value as health. Gross. Essence Reaver. Sheen Essence Reaver is back. Previously it was removed in favor of a Stat Stick Reaver that was intended to be more broadly appealing, but as it turned out, while it did serve some additional champions, it ended up being a fairly flat and unexciting item. So we're bringing back the Sheen with some tweaks to make this version of Sheen Essence Reaver more balanceable. Ability haste is going from 15 to 20. Attack damage is down to from 60 to 55. Gold total is the same. Spellblade. After using an ability, your next attack deals 125% base AD plus 50% crit chance. Or not 50%, plus 50. What? Bonus physical damage and grants 50% of the damage value as mana on hit. Essence Drain passive is removed. Interesting. Umbral Glaive. In its current form, Umbral Glaive is tailored to fit supports and is not structured to be powerful for anyone that has real income. This has led to it being fairly unpopular and mostly unsatisfying item, and it's not fulfilling its purpose as a way for AD assassins to have an advantage in interacting with the vision system.
Yep, I realize that.
Not fulfilling its purpose as a way for. We're giving it an update to make it more functional for jungle and mid lane assassins while still looking to retain some of the aspects that make it very exciting to buy as a support for the Pike players out there. And I guess Senna too.
To shoot a giant bird out of the sky.
Cost is going up 300 gold, attack damage is going up 5, ability haste is going up 5, lethality is going up 3. God damn. This is going to be way overpowered. Night Stalker. After being unseen by enemies for 1 second, your next attack against a champion deals an additional 50 plus 150% lethality true damage.
Oh no. Why am I getting turned?
That's so gross.
Sir?
Blackout. 90-second cooldown. When you are near enemy stealth wards and traps, reveal them
Well, I am gonna run out of ammo very quickly.
for 8 seconds. While revealing wards, your attacks deal 3 for melee and 2 for range to them. Extinguish is removed, it's rolled into blackout. That's good that it's not killing every fucking ward immediately. Redemption has been an extremely broadly appealing item for supports recently, especially in pro play. When it was first made, we had many fewer tank support items, and it was intended to be purchasable for both enchanters and tank supports. In the current day, we don't need redemption to be as broadly appealing, so we're pushing it more towards the enchanter space to make sure it works very well for them, and making it at a higher opportunity cost for tank supports to pick up, so that it's not first slot for almost every support in the game. Thank fucking God. They're removing all of the HP and adding 30 ability power. Zeke's Convergence. All of our other ultimate trigger items give it ultimate haste, and Zeke's has room for a bit more power and could be a bit more unique in the tank support item space, so we're giving it a bit of ultimate haste to spice it up. Cryo Combustion, gain 15 ultimate ability haste. Tier items, Muramana and Fimbulwinter. We're bringing back the ability to stack multiple tier items for those games.
Yep.
For those games that are really going long and you want to get max value out of every item slot. Also, we've been happy with the effects of increasing the flat mana on Seraph's Embrace a bit. So we're extending that to Muramana and Fimbulwinter. Unique to semi-unique. You can now have one stacking tier item in your inventory at any given time. Once your tier item transforms, you can get a new tier and stack all over again. Muramana is increased to 1,000, and Fimbulwinter is also increased to 1,000 mana.
You really can't tell me a fucking sniper rifle that fires explosive.
We're doing a pass on crit Last Whisper items here to help make marksman crit damage do a little lower against squishy targets and a bit better against tankier targets. Armor penetration is dropping to 30%, and the cost is going down by 300 gold. Holy shit. That is a massive drop in gold for 5% crit, or 5% armor penetration drop. Armor penetration down by 5. Lord Dominic's regards. We're doing a pass on crit Last Whisper items, blah, 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 blah. New Giant Slayer. Deal up to 15% bonus damage against champions based on their bonus health. Maximum damage reached at 1,500 bonus health. That's needed. And it's dropping by 5%. Armor penetration, but it's also going up by 200 gold. God damn, they swap slots and gold price. Yuntal Wild Arrows. Yuntal was intended to be a powerful scaling first item, and some... Oh, they're nerfing it. Fuck me.
Use the laser.
Oh, they're reworking it.
Already better results.
That's still got BF Sword. Fuck me.
Oh, no, not really. I wasted so many magazines.
Yuntal was intended to be a powerful scaling first item with some trade-offs in terms of its immediate power, but it's so generically powerful that it's crowding out the first item space for crit marksman. This is a little bit of a power shift to make its unique first item aspect attack speed stand out, but also a little bit of power down to make it more comparable to other first items in terms of power. Gold cost is going up by 100, attack damage is going down by 5, attack speed is going up by 5. I like that, those changes a lot. I wish they'd fucking remove the BF sword from its build path though. Infinity Edge.
Oh, cool.
With baseline crit damage changes, of course Infinity Edge needs a bit of retuning. We want it to remain a powerful capstone item, but with baseline crit being higher, it can't give quite as much critical strike damage.
Fuck it. Long shot it.
Gold cost is going up 50. Attack damage is going up 10. Crit strike damage going down 10%. Summoner's Rift and Matchmaking. Summoner's Rift ranked and matchmaking. 2025 Season 3 end and 2026 Season 1 start. The Season 3 ranked 2024 will end local server time.
Yep, I was dead no matter what. I fucked the pocket poop while it was in my face. Okay, I gotta get close.
Solo duo influx will be disabled briefly as the season ends. God, it's so weird. Words.
Seemingly. And I for once didn't get crushed.
Assign the starting rank of the season.
The only excellent thing I've done so far is
End of the year 2025 rank rewards. Victorious Skin Border.
never mind.
Victorious Draven. Aegis of Valor. As detailed in the dev blog, we've also be launching Aegis of Valor alongside the 2026 season start. If you are auto-filled and get Mastery C or above rating, you will have no LP deduction on a loss. Or you'll gain double LP gain for a win. In order to make sure autofill, so it's guaranteed? Interesting. In order to make sure autofill players are trying their best, we've also made some behind-the-scenes updates to the Mastery system to better detect player contribution. Autofill status won't go away by dodging the champ select. If a player dodges an autofilled game during champ select, the status would carry on until the player plays their autofilled game. What if somebody else dodges? For masters and above, dodging a ranked champ select would cost more LP. This is gonna push people to fucking hostage take. Ranked Flex will have better and more reasonable skill rating based on your solo duo rank queue. That's good. Apex duo restriction update for solo duo queue for most regions excluding Korea and I think CN is China. I'm honestly not sure. You can now duo queue all the way to Challenger with the pre-made party lower band at Diamond 1. We've also made updates to improve our high-ranked pre-made MMR offset to make sure the high-ranked duo play is both fair and competitive. Duo queue specs are as follows. Diamond 1 can duo with Diamond 3 to Diamond 1, Master, Grandmaster, and Challenger. That sounds like a shit show. Grandmaster can duo with Diamond 1, Grandmaster, Challenger. Okay. Diamond 1, Master, Grandmaster. Challenger can duo with Diamond 1, Master, Grandmaster, Challenger. Master can duo with... It's just saying the same thing. is allowed up to Master with the pre-made party. Lower band at D1. Can only solo queue. For Korea, Grandmaster can only solo queue. Similar to previous years, their Apex Duo MMR restriction will be temporarily disabled for 26.1. So if you are Grandmaster MMR in China or Master MMR in Korea, if you have not achieved the visual rank because you are still climbing, you can still duo.
Really admire what happened.
Visual rank restrictions will always be on. I literally don't care about Swift Play. Don't care enough to read about Arena or Mayram. Demacia Rising. Demacia Rising is a new metagame that will be playable for the entirety of Season 1. You play as Lux, who is being mentored by her Aunt Tiana in the ways of military strategy. This begins with a history lesson. The founding of Zephyra. Demacia's first settlement is in the great Petrosite Forest of old. In Demacia Rising, you will expand the kingdom, produce resources, train an army, research powerful upgrades to your army and towns, and defend the burgeoning nation from threats alongside several of League's champions.
We have managed to slay a titan. Let's say that.
This game will be updated several times during Season 1, and new upgrade tiers, research items, story units, champions, threats, and events will become available. In order to build your kingdom, you will need Silver Shields, a resource earned primarily by playing games of League of Legends and Teamfight Tactics. Skin. You want to learn more, then check out support article. Lobby, hostage taking, and player behavior updates. Trying to manipulate other players to do what you want, pushing a dodge penalty onto someone else, or playing out a game with something like Disco Nunu just isn't something we want in League. Starting with this patch, we've added the capability to terminate lobbies during Champion Select with the detection systems that will evaluate players for hostage taking when they're reported in Champion Select. We don't expect it to be perfect or catch every case on release, and we'll continue to build upon these detections throughout the year. So please send those reports into us to help us evolve our systems. As a reminder, trying something off meta or having strategic disagreements with your team do not automatically qualify as hostage taking. That is actually kind of nice that they can terminate lobbies finally. Champion selects will be terminated when a player in Champion Select is reported and determined to be holding the lobby hostage to force a dodge or for any other reason. This will never trigger without a report in Champion Select, so be sure to report players you believe are hostaging. When a Champion Select is terminated by hostaging detection, that is a typo. The offender will receive a penalty that will not allow them to immediately queue again, and all other players will re-enter matchmaking similar to if a player dodges today. Penalties for repeated disruptive gameplay have been increased. Improved detection for intentional non-participation in game. Improved detections for intentional non-participation in game. If you receive an account ban for having an inappropriate riot ID, you'll be unable to change your riot ID until the ban is over. Lane-based autofill matchmaking. In our last update, we mentioned we were working on some changes to make games where there were autofilled players more fair by matching them by role. This means if your team had an autofilled jungler, the enemy jungler would also be autofilled as well to keep the games competitive. We wanted to let you know that we're still working on these changes, but we don't expect to have them ready in January like we originally planned. We want to make sure we get this right, so we've delayed these changes to February. We appreciate your patience while we take some time to make this system as accurate as it can be. Riot Games Community Pack. With the first patch of 2026, when you launch League for the first time in the new season, you'll see our Community Pack that we've adopted across all our games. It's pretty straightforward, and it has 4 simple asks for every player. Play to win, play fair, play with respect, or play something else. The Community Pact is an evolution of the Code of Conduct and covers what our expectations are for everyone that plays our games. And unlike past Codes of Conduct, each year we will ask players to recommit to it. Unlike past Codes of Conduct, each year we will ask players to recommit to it. To also better reflect these expectations in game, we've updated the reporting categories and descriptions on the report player windows to align with the core player principles. Upcoming skins and chromas. We've got the new skins, and we've got the new Morgana chroma. Looks fucking amazing. Are these really the only chromas just for the Nautilus? How the fuck is... I thought Cho'Gath was getting some. That's gotta be a fucking typo.
Come on, fucking.
Alright. I'm gonna get off and play the